Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our regular council meeting for Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. It is 6:04 p.m. and I'll call this portion of the meeting to order. Council was in camera earlier from 4:30 p.m. to just before 6. I'd like to welcome everybody and recognize that the town of Midland is located on land which is traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people, now known as the Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Beausoleil First Nation, Rama First Nation, and Georgina Island First Nation. This territory is within Pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16 and included within the Williams Treaties of 1923. Town of Midland recognizes located on land which is traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the historic homeland of the Métis, and that our town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous people. I'd like to deliver the following safety message. Should a fire alarm activate, please exit the room in an orderly fashion and proceed to the evacuation assembly area, which is located in our upper parking lot on 3rd. You may exit through the main entrance doors, the glass doors there, make an immediate left and proceed out the front doors, or through the secondary exit right back here. And up the stairs, check the door for heat before opening. If it's safe, exit on the second floor, turning right, and proceed out the doors in front of you, or just follow us. The washrooms are located on the second floor up there, and elevators located just outside our main entrance. As Midland has a respectful workplace policy, anyone exhibiting violent or harassing behavior will be asked to leave, or we'll stick the premier on you. Members of the, if you follow the news, that's funny. If you don't, it doesn't. But anyway, members of the audience are to maintain order and quiet and not to address council except with permission of the chair. All cell phones, pagers, and other electronic devices which emit a sound are to be turned off or set non-audible. No person shall display signs or placards, applaud participants, or debate or engage in conversation, electronic or otherwise, or behave in any way which may disrupt the proceedings of council. For anyone requiring a hearing assist device, please advise our clerk, and she will arrange for our IT staff to provide you with said device. Council meetings are recorded via Zoom and are posted on the town's YouTube site. Council meetings are also broadcast on Rogers TV Midland Channel 53, one meeting per month, and live streamed on Rogers TV Midland, which can be accessed through the Town of Midland website. Individual recording, broadcasting, or streaming the meetings by the public or any member is not permitted without express consent of the clerk and all those present. And the usual exception is for our media friend, Mr. Howard. Thank you for attending our meetings, and thank you to everybody else. It is lovely to have a full gallery, although I expect you're all here for the public meeting around transit, but we're still happy to have you anyway. If anyone want to feel like hanging out and watching the council meeting, we've got some good stuff to debate later and should be lots of fun. There is no popcorn though. So with that, I'd like to just pass the mic over quickly to Madam CAO for a couple of announcements. And then we have our brand new section 6.1 on our agenda tonight, which is our open forum for the first time. So first, Madam CAO.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. So today I actually have two announcements. One is to bid farewell to Brittany. Since joining us in 2021 in customer service, Brittany has brought energy, creativity, and dedication to everything she's done. In 2022, she transitioned into the communication role, and it's safe to say that she made an incredible impact from revamping our website to elevating our communications. Brittany's work has been nothing short of exceptional. But beyond her professional contributions, what we'll miss most about Brittany is her unique ability to bring out the best in all of us, especially when she's behind the camera. So whether it's guiding us on where to stand or how to pose, she's always made sure we look the very best in every photo. Her talent for capturing moments and making us feel comfortable in front of the lens is something we'll always remember. So thank you, Brittany, for everything. Wishing you all the best in your next adventure, and you will be missed. And as one person leaves us, another person actually joins our team. So although his face is familiar to this table, I'm pleased to announce that Chief Richard Renault will be joining the Town of Midland as our full-time fire chief, Deputy of Fire Services Fire Chief, effective November 17th. You see him around the table here because he has also served and continues to serve as the shared fire chief for Midland and Penetanguishene since 2023. And we're excited to welcome him exclusively to the Midland team. With over 35 years of experience in fire services and emergency management, he brings a strong commitment to public safety, leadership, and team well-being. Chief Renault's extensive qualifications and dedication to operational excellence will be invaluable as he leads the Midland Fire Department forward. So please join us in a warm welcome to the chief in his new role.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief, and farewell, Brittany. And I'm going to use my moment of silent reflection to reflect on all the fun times we've had here at the municipality with you and accept the fact that smaller municipalities like ours are stepping stones to larger municipalities that often poach our best talent from us. In going to Aurelia, I know you're in good hands. Mayor McIsaac and his team and even other members of our former CXO are there. So you'll have a great time, and we never get in the way of anyone's career progression. We always wish you the very best, and we're thankful for the time that we've had with you thus far, and good luck in your future career. So folks, if you could just join me in a moment of silent reflection. You don't have to think about Brittany, I will. And then we'll get into the meat of the meeting. Thank you. All right, and in section 6.1, we have a new component in our meetings. Anyone that follows along Tiny or Penetanguishene, actually Dave and Tay does it. They have an open forum section, kind of like an open mic at the beginning of the meeting where we let people come up and ask questions about matters that are on our agenda. And we get to hear from you before we even get to discuss the matters ourselves. This works quite well in other municipalities. Some places it doesn't. But we've never done it before, so we've committed to trying that as yet another way to engage with our community. So the open forum provides a 2-minute opportunity for the public to speak on an item that's on our regular council agenda, and that does include CIP items. Details regarding the open forum are found under section 9.5 of our procedure bylaw if you really want to get into the weeds. Individuals need to sign the open forum register, which is up on the podium there under the mic. And basically just to register before being permitted to speak, just so we have a record of what you're going to talk, like which item you're talking to and who you are. Open forums won't last longer than 10 minutes in total. And as a general practice, the length of time each individual has to address council should be no longer than 2 minutes and at the discretion of the mayor or chair. So folks that are here for our public meeting on transit, you don't need to use this format because we have an open mic session for it. That's the whole purpose of that meeting. But if there's anybody else here for any other matter that's on our agenda tonight that would like to avail themselves of this brand new process, there's the mic. This is our first time, so we weren't sure if anyone would do it the first time. Till the word gets out there. Going once? Going twice? Okay, fair enough. So anyway, it's out there, folks. As you see it on other municipalities, we'll do this. We're giving it a shot. So we're very accessible any other way, any other day of the week too, but here's another spot. Council, any declarations of conflict of interest relating to the open session items this evening? All right, none declared. If you find yourself in a change of heart at any point, you just throw your hand up in the middle of the conversation and make the declaration. Oh, Councillor Patel, you got one for us? No problem. Don't forget your mic.
So I wanted, thank you, Worship. So I just want to declare conflict of interest for CSR 2025-096.
Okay, there's a form to fill out. Make sure the clerk has that on file so she can update the registry accordingly. And just for folks following along, conflicts of interest, whether financially based or just optics alone, any member can make that self-determination that they choose to opt out of the conversation and voting if they feel they have any type of deemed or perceived conflict of interest or a real conflict. All right, motions arising from closed meeting discussions. I have a motion here moved by Councillor Reese, seconded by Councillor Patel, that council receives information and confirm the direction provided in the confidential verbal report and update provided by the Chief Administrative Officer at the regular meeting of council closed session held today, October 15, 2025, with respect to an organizational update. Council, we've had our discussion in camera. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. Next, moved by Councillor Bald, second by Councillor Ball, that council receives information and confirm the direction provided in the confidential verbal report and update provided by the Executive Director, Infrastructure Management / Town Engineer at the regular meeting of council, closed session held today, October 15, 2025, with respect to the Colborne Street trunk sewer. Better discussion in camera, council. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Motion here moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Meredith. The contents of the regular council meeting with closed session agenda for October 15, 2025 be approved. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Next, moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor East, that the items and related recommendations contained within the October 15th, 2025 consent agenda as consent items having been considered by council be adopted with the exception of the following three items that are being pulled. Item 10.4.1, CSR 2025-094, new snow removal bylaw. Item 10.4.6, CSR 2025-100, financial report as of August 31st, 2025. And item 10.4.7, CSR 2025-103, Housing Enabling Water System Fund, or HUSIF Update Headworks Project, which will be considered under Section 17, reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda for council's consideration, including presentations by consultants regarding a report under consideration. Council, this is your opportunity to speak to, ask a question of, or just call out anything that's on the consent agenda before I call the question. Is there anything? Going once? Nothing. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right, I have a motion here moved by Councillor Major, seconded by Councillor Patel. The council resolve in a committee of the whole. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. We're in committee of the whole. Deputy Clerk or Deputy Mayor, Deputy Mayor was unable to attend with us this evening due to a personal matter. So I'll be chairing the committee of the whole section. So you have to listen to me now. Again, I normally get to pass the mic. We're going to start things off with, get to the right section here. Committee of the whole, our public meeting. And this is exploring microtransit in Midland. It's a presentation and a public meeting. And accordingly, I'd like to call the public meeting to order. This public meeting is being held to collect community feedback from both Penetang residents and Penetangwisheen residents and Midland residents. And this is the evening session. The afternoon session was held in neighboring Penetangwisheen earlier last week. And we were doing this to collect feedback on both of our town's initiatives to assess and explore the idea of implementing microtransit services in the town of Midland. The purpose of a public meeting is to receive comments from residents and address any concerns raised if we can address them immediately. If they can't be addressed immediately, then the comments will all be received anyway for information by staff, and we'll try to address them when the matter comes back for decision. So I'd now like to call upon our Executive Director of Infrastructure Management and Town Engineer, Mitch Sobel, to begin the PowerPoint presentation. And I'll just dim the lights a little bit so that the screens are a bit more visible.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, members of council and members of the public. Thanks for joining us today. So yeah, like you mentioned, we're here to talk about microtransit. If anybody attended the session in Penetang last week, it's a very similar presentation. We're here to just explain what it is and what stage of the process we're in and really what's next. So we can go to the next slide, please. Really, what is microtransit? It's an alternative to our current fixed route and what advantages it might show. So next slide, please. Frozen on my end. I believe there'll be an opportunity at the end to ask questions to council. Yes. So microtransit is essentially a more flexible transit system. It can be on demand. It can have many different forms, and really, can work for communities of our size in different ways. You can have schedule-based pickups, different fare payment options, more alternative modern route options, and it can work hand in hand with fixed routes, whether it be augmented or connection to link systems and whatnot. Next slide, please. So to help really understand why we're exploring it, you know, we're working with Penetang. Obviously, our mid-pen transit system works together. We operate it for Penetang machine. It's a huge cost for the town, and obviously it's supported through the taxes. It doesn't fully self-support itself through the rates, and if we did that, it would be astronomically expensive, and it wouldn't be affordable to people to use. So we're reviewing the options of how do we serve the residents, how do we be economically savvy, we provide a higher level of service, and still plan for growth, and as our town grows in the future. So typically, when you see microtransit, you see increases of service areas. You can see decreased wait times, which ultimately both increase service levels to the users. Um, Traditional routes can be long, it can be indirect. They don't necessarily get you to where you want to go. You could still have multiple blocks to walk. And if you miss the bus by a minute, you could be waiting 45 minutes to an hour for the bus to come back around or find an alternate means of getting there. Microtransit is a lot more flexible. You're a little more in control of it, and you can make it work for you. Another problem that we have is with our current transit is licensed drivers. You need to be specifically licensed bus driver with air brake endorsements. And so it's a lot different, whereas microtransit can typically be smaller vehicles, G licenses, and easier for staff. Next slide, please. So current struggles that we see with our transit system, number one is just the buses themselves. So they're prone to breakdowns, they're aging infrastructure. So for last year alone, if we look at 2025 for the Penetang machine service, we had 7 full days where no service due to mechanical issues. We had 4 days of no service due to staffing issues. In Midland, we had 3 days of mechanical issues, 2 days of no staffing issues. And the reason why Midlands is less than Penetang's is the way that our agreement is written. If one service is to go down, it's the Penetang service before the Midland service. Another huge hurdle that we've hit in the last couple of years is the bus manufacturer insolvency. So the bus manufacturer is no longer in business. They've declared bankrupt, and parts availability has been very, very difficult. We had one bus that we've recently been able to get back on the road that has been off the road for over 11 months. So that is a huge problem, and it's something to be considered. Also, the average cost of a bus when they come to replace them. If we're talking a used bus, you're looking at $400,000 to $500,000. If you're talking a new bus, you're talking $1 million. So we have currently 5 buses in our fleet. 3 of them are standby. We have 1 additional standby bus until we determine what's going on with transit. So if we have 4 regular buses, we're talking potentially $4 million for fleet turnover if we were to replace them.
Sorry, Mitch, if I could, the HVAC system's on, and for folks visiting us for the first time, it's really very effective. It's also quite loud. So if you could bring your mic in a little closer, even though you're going to feel like you're screaming into it, I think that'll help the folks in the room understand and hear you
Sure
better.
thing. How's that?
Thanks.
Okay. As I mentioned before, is the staffing challenges, right? We have licensed drivers. We've had some challenges over the time having routine staff. We've, as you can see above, there's some days where we did not have staff, so we unfortunately had to run no service. And then the fixed route system is the lack of coverage to our community. So if we go to the next slide, this just gives you a glimpse of what our routes are look like. So the red route on the left is Midland, and the green route on the right is Penetang. As you can see, decent coverage to the entire town, but doesn't service the entire area. This is where the benefits of microtransit come in. And I was actually on a provincial webinar earlier today with microtransit, and the Bradford East Gwillimbury example came up, and they had a very similar map like this with a fixed route, and their 1 month of use for microtransit serviced the entire area with all the different nodes. So it just shows that the flexibility to get where you need to go, say it's in the winter time, you don't need to walk 4 blocks to catch the bus stop. You may be able to catch it at your door, at the closest major intersection, things like that. Next slide, please. So really, what does this all mean right now? And ultimately, it's no changes yet. We're in the evaluation stage. So we have an RFP out in the process. We are evaluating it. We are here today to get the public's input, to hear your concerns of what works, what doesn't work, what we should consider when we go to make a decision. Next steps from there, we'll complete our detailed analysis of the pros and cons of the current system and the microtransit system, and we'll provide a recommendation report to council this fall, targeting November, to ultimately make a recommendation on what we do. We understand that public transit is a requirement. We've never ever considered removing that service from our residents. We know that it's an important pillar of the community. So our goal is to simply improve it, try to save some money, and ultimately improve that level of service. So I believe this should conclude our brief presentation. And Mayor Gordon, if you want to open up to some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel. So folks that may have been at the Penetanguishene presentation will notice that there's a couple new slides in ours that weren't in theirs. And that was really lessons learned. As I watched the presentation on YouTube after and listening to the comments from the people that chose to speak at the mic, and there were several, which was great to hear. And I heard them all. Some of those concerns I think could have been addressed if a few of our slides had maybe made it into that presentation. The first most important one is that we're not considering in any way, shape, or form eliminating transit whatsoever. That's not even on part of the conversation. It's either status quo or looking at enhancing the service. And this is one of those rare ducks where we can look at actually enhancing a service so it covers the entirety of our communities, rather than just those boxes you saw, and actually maybe even save money by doing it. We may not save any money. It might cost the same as what we run now. It might even cost more if the ridership picks up, but the entire community served rather than just small sections. So I thought that was an important slide that maybe was a bit of a miss. And it was unfortunate that the people that attended the Penetanguishene meeting didn't have the opportunity to see that. And they also didn't get a chance to see the slide on why we're even doing this. Because a common refrain I heard is if it ain't broke, don't fix it, which I subscribe to that mentality in my personal life and as mayor. So I thought it was important we put the slide in that explains why we're even scratching our heads going, we need to do something. If we don't do something, then we're in real peril, both financially and from a service delivery standpoint. So hopefully those couple of slides, and we can bring them back up if you need to see them as reference while you're talking. Hopefully those slides maybe help frame the conversation a bit better than, maybe the way it was done in Penetanguishene. So I'm not throwing them under the bus, pun intended. They just had a different slide deck, and we seized on the opportunity of having watched their meeting to create some extra slides to help, maybe alleviate some of the concerns or maybe raise new ones as a result of you seeing them. So with that said, I'm going to be done talking and I'm going to put my listening cap on here. So I'll open the meeting to comments from the public. If you wish to provide comments, please step up to the podium. There's a little button there that makes the mic turn on, turn red. State your name and address for our public record, and you'll have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. If a previous speaker has highlighted your concerns, in appreciation of the time and given the number of people that I'm assuming are here to talk about it, maybe just pick something else to say rather than just, what she said or what he said. However, at the end of the day, the mic's on, you say what you got to say. I'm not going to cut you off. So we'd appreciate that the comments you provide are new, and we'd like to capture as many as we can from this public meeting because they're going to help us when the conversation happens in tandem at both Penetanguishene Council and Midland Council, when we both talk about who the successful RFP person was, or at least the one that seemed to give the most bang for the buck. And we'll ultimately need to make a decision whether we choose status quo or look at this new alternative. And the feedback you provide us is integral. So it's not just the 9 people up here or the 7 in Penetanguishene making these decisions in a vacuum. So thank you for coming, and the floor is yours. If you could start with your name and address.
Ooh, go ahead. Thank you. My name is Lucille Robitaille. I was at the Penetang one last week. My main concern for overall of this is for the seniors that need and are aware of the transit that exists right now. Some of the seniors don't have a phone. Some of the seniors don't have any internet. So to get an app, they don't have access to it. So right now the bus is working for them a lot. And the fact that I'm losing my train of thought, I'm sorry. The fact that shoot. Excuse me.
No big deal. If you do forget and you want to come back up to the mic, you
Yeah,
can. No
but
problem.
I'm presenting a petition. I can leave it with council that people want to keep the transit, the actual transit. And yes, the main thing last week was to keep it the way it is. We like our bus, and that's it's ingrained in in our minds for seniors that every hour, because when you're going to call these people to get a car, who's going to be answering that? Are we going to get a, oh, it's busy, or what's, what's going to be happening there? And how am I going to make sure that I'm going to get that transit on time to get to my appointment that morning or that day? So those are the main concerns, and the wheelchairs and the trolleys and the walkers, where will they fit in this little bus? So that's all the concerns that we have in Penetang anyway, for sure. So I just wanted to present this. Do I leave it with you? Thank you. I appreciate you hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we didn't put that on a slide, but I should also be clear that accessible transit is not an option for us to remove. Right now, it's delivered in Midland anyway through our partnership with Community Reach, and they actually have the wheelchair transit buses or minivans, kind of like what you'd see with these. So we have that, and that's not changing. Microtransit would be, we're looking at microtransit as a potential replacement for the fixed route only, not to replace the wheelchair services through Community Reach. Is that? Oh, because Penetang Machine doesn't have the same engagement as Midland. Mr. Sobel, are you able to provide some color on that? Because we do have, I mean, we're partners, but we're also, there's uniqueness between our communities.
So I do just have to be a little bit careful because we're in the RFP process, the blackout period, so I can't share everything. But what I can share is, as part of our RFP requirements, is accessibility transit is a huge priority to us. And it's my anticipation that all vehicles that come out of this will be accessible. So accessibility concerns for wheelchairs, walkers, things like that shouldn't be a major barrier. If anything, it should improve.
Thank you. So your concerns are noted. Thank you very much. Go ahead with your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Debbie Petrie, and I live in Georgian Village in Penetang, but I volunteer here in Midland at the Georgian Bay General Hospital and at Gateway Bookmark Used Bookstore. And I sometimes do the hospital from 7 to 9, and then I go ahead and do the bookstore from 10 until 1. Now, with this microservice, that means that I'm going to have to phone 4 times to get a ride to go to where I have to volunteer. And another thing that I would like to ask is, in Georgian Village, we have a van that seats 12, 16 people with our walkers. And anything shopping, anything that anybody is having. But why can't the town of Midland, town of Penetang, take that bus around the route that we are accustomed to, and then picking up people along the route, and so that at least you're not having to depend on phoning because I don't have a cell phone. So I can't, there's no way that I can, if I'm at the superstore, there's no way I have a way of phoning for this microservice to come and pick me up because I don't have a cell phone. So how, explain to me how I am supposed to get my ride to take me back to Penetang.
Can't actually answer that because it would depend on the service provider. Like if we move ahead with this, then there's going to be another session much like this, or several of them probably, with that company. And they would be able to explain how they accommodate that in other communities and how they could accommodate it in ours. So I'd be making it up if I told you right now, other than in my personal experience with rideshare. I know that with Uber, for example, I can call ahead and I can book my rides. I don't have to call each time. So as long as I'm where I say I'm going to be, ahead of time, the Uber would come and pick me up and just drop me off. And then I meet it again and another guy picks me up and drops me off. So I would assume, based on my personal experience, that the ability to make one phone call and sort of plan your trips, and then the onus is on you to actually be at those places on the right time, could happen. But again, that's probably a more of an in the weeds question for whatever vendor would be selected out of this RFP session. And then that's a good question. And I would expect you'd be back asking that either at the Penetang machine session or the Midland session. So I can't really answer other than say that I've experienced something that I think would solve your problem, but I don't know who the successful bidder is in this RFP process.
Another question I would like to ask, what is a tourist supposed to do in this situation? Because I know of 3 people that come from other communities, Barrie and Stayner, that take the Lynx bus into Barrie and then into Midland. And they don't know anything about how we're going to, how this is going to be set up. So it's just, you have to get the word out to other communities to that this is going to be happening, because somebody in Stayner is not going to know that this is even how they're going to get to see their parents when they don't know that this is even going on. That's
Good feedback. Thank you, Debbie. And like, we would definitely integrating our transit system with the county link system is something we do now, and that wouldn't change. So we'd make sure that the county knew all the offerings in Midland, just as they could provide advice on Wasaga Beach Transit or to Collingwood or other municipalities that have transit they work with. So that's a good point, and we'd make sure, no matter what we did, the communications was made really super clear for travelers who are coming from other communities. So that's a good point. Thank you, Debbie. Please go ahead, name and address.
Hi, my name is Gail Wilcox. I'm at 615 William Street in Midland. I'm a frequent flyer on the bus. My issue is, do you know at this point what the cost is going to be per person to use this system? Because right now it's $325 for adults, and seniors it's $175. And I know that there's a lot of people that ride the bus that do not have the financials, if it's going to double or even go more than that, to even take this service. And also, how many people will this accommodate per ride? If it was full, how many people would it allow to go on?
So there's some Mitch in there and a little bit of me. Council sets the subsidy level for transit. So, let's use the number that's it costs about $30 on average. I'm waiting to get the actual number. This is the one I've been working off of. It actually costs about $30 every ride for Midland anyway. Clearly we can't charge $30 a ride.
No.
Right. So, and then the province kicks in some gas tax money. They have a new name for it now, but it's still the gas tax. As a matter of fact, I'm going to a photo op on Friday where we get our new check for our next round of it. So thank you to the province. So we take that off of the cost of running the service. And then what's left is basically soaked up by the taxpayer in Midland. And then we only charge a small amount. It was an election stunt, quite frankly, gave our seniors free transit for a while. which just means it was fully subsidized. And now we went back to just this past, I know it rubbed a few people wrong because when you have something free and it goes back to not being free, that generally bothers people. We went back to charging $1.75 for seniors to ride. So that, once we're done with the gas tax, let's say the cost per ride it goes down to about $18 for argument's sake. The difference between $1.75 and $18, that's tax money that goes on people's property taxes. That's how we pay the difference. So this is a heavily subsidized service. Nobody makes money in transit. Most communities, even big ones like Ottawa and Toronto, are awash in debt, like to the point where, they're drowning in it. Our goal would be to not tinker with our subsidized rates. So from council's perspective, obviously we would have to hash that out at the time for budget. But the reality is when people make these changes, you don't have a big significant increase. We don't try and raise the rate to cover the cost of change. We just have to eat that. So, as long as I have anything to say about it, I'll commit to you right now that the seniors rate will remain at $1.75 and the regular student rate will remain and the regular rider will remain. And the difference between what it costs to run the system minus what the province blesses us with, that difference gets tacked onto the taxes in Midland. So to your point, we want to keep the system as affordable as possible to expand ridership. But where I'm not content to do all this just to keep the same number of riders. I'd like more people to use it, maybe even kids, alternate to school buses. So the helicopter parents like that I was dropping off at Mundy's Bay don't have to all line the street twice a day. Put your kids on this microtransit, get them to school, and then they get back on and go home. So I'd like to see the service grow, and that means costs more, right? More service costs more money. But we couldn't, for example, go live with this and make the seniors pay $5 to ride it because we made the change. That would be ridiculous, and I can't see it happening. However, I can't speak for all of my peers, but this is a losing money service. We accept that reality because it's a service widely used by people in our community who don't drive, our seniors, people that have other issues. They can't operate a motor vehicle, can't own one because they don't have any money for it. We know how important this system is, which is why I really wanted to get ahead of the rumors that were going around that we're looking at, maybe canceling the service or the prices are going to go crazy. That is not on the roadmap. As far as the capacity and the number of buses, or what do you call them, a bus or a minivan, whatever they are, they're not cars. But Mitch, maybe you can speak to how the process for RFP outlined the number of riders and the trips and the days of the week and the times of the day that would have gone into the people bidding on this to make sure there was surge capacity to handle what we know right now is the ridership, and what we hope will increase over time if we launch a new service that reaches every corner of our communities rather than just the main central course.
Thanks, Mayor Gordon. So the way the RFP was written is we know that we do 70,000 rides a year annually through the existing transit system. The goal is to do the same, if not increase. We plan to do the same hours of service at a minimum. We may be able to increase them. So the idea is that we will be doing everything the same tomorrow if we were to go this route as we're doing today. As far as the vehicles themselves, I can't share all the details because of the valuation process. What I can say is typically microtransit vehicles are anywhere from a 10 to 20 passenger vehicle, depending on the model. The real neat thing about microtransit is because they're smaller vehicles, there's more of them, and they are able to scale up and scale down throughout the day to hit the peak time. So what you may see is for the first couple hours of the morning, maybe there's 4 or 5 vehicles in Midland. And at peak times at noon or in the afternoon or whatever that peak time is, they may scale up to 6, 7, 8 vehicles. And so the idea is that the proposed vendor will have the required number of vehicles available to the residents at all times to meet the same trip level. So we've provided them with all of our trip data, not just our annual data, our monthly, our day of the week data, our hourly data, like when the busiest hours are. So we've provided them all of that information for them to build a case of how they could staff up and staff down to be efficient, but also be there when our residents need it.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks for the questions, Gail. Please come on up, state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Amy Lynn Sharp, and I'm a public health nurse actually with the Simcoe Muskoka District Health Unit. So I'm your local chronic disease nurse, and I actually sit on your Midland Active Transportation Advisory Committee. So saw a few people already this week. So a couple of things I just want to remind you of as you're exploring your options is that, excuse me, transit and affordable fees. You've kind of already mentioned this, but this is a really important poverty reduction tool, right? So one of the tools that municipalities actually have that is kind of income based, puts money back in people's pockets, really important piece of this picture. So I love the fact that you're talking about managing fees, keeping them affordable. This is what our seniors, families, individuals living at a lower income are depending on to get to their medical appointments, to get to their jobs, to be consistent. Is there consistent access to things that some of us take for granted every day, right? So that accessible, active, consistent, reliable transportation is so important. So I love the idea of even more service as you described. The other piece I'll just mention is that part of building a complete community, a healthy community, is making sure that our transit system is interconnected with pedestrian and cycling infrastructure as well. We have so many beautiful parks, so many beautiful trails here, and so just thinking about people who are using this transit, this micro transit system, to get to that place of physical activity or a place where they want to engage in active transportation to their job. And so as you're exploring options for the vehicles, also thinking about bike racks and things like that to make sure that our systems are interconnected. That would be my encouragement. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. That's a great point. Who's next? Don't be shy.
I'm Diane Quinn, and I moved to Midland 8 years ago. My husband lost his license because of a health issue, and this town has more seniors in it, but the new people that are moving in homes up on Highway 12 and in Penetang, they are the new ones that are going to help shape Midland Penetang, the community that it is. And it gets all the support from seniors. The one thing that they took away when they put the malls in, they took away the happiness that people were meeting there, having coffee together. Now you got to go to Tim's, which is just another moneymaker. And the people that you got to have that are going to operate, that is employing outside people. What about the people that are here? They need jobs. And the other thing, the transit works and we use it. We support local business. How many people want to call at the same time to have taxis or this service come to pick them up, let alone their health issues? Think about it. They are the ones with the money. And that doesn't buy you the comfort and the reasoning that people need and want. The transit system that works now, it may be costly, but as time goes on, it's got to improve because the communities are growing. Collingwood's got the same problem. Everybody in the small community, because they are not a city, have to face the growing problems. And that's a reality. I mean, I pay for a cell phone because of my health, but not everybody's got an extra $50 a month. That's reality. And you got a car, I'm sure. Anyways, thank you.
Thanks, Dan. One important part is the human, the staff part. And that's something you brought up. That's super important to us. And before we even got as far as we did with this RFP process, our first conversation was with our transit drivers who we cherish. They're gold. Like, and you see when we miss a transit driver or two, the system breaks and goes down. And you saw the days where the bus system just didn't run. We didn't have anybody to drive. And that's not a knock on our transit drivers. We work them like dogs. But we pay them a little better. But the bottom line is we talk to our drivers about this quietly, of course, in advance. And I believe, I haven't seen the RFP because politicians are excluded like a firewall out of the process, so we can't tinker with it. All we can do is look at the facts that get presented to us. But offering all of our staff a job opportunity, if there was a change to this new company, whatever it is, that was part of the deal. It doesn't mean that all the staff will take the job. Maybe some of them would just like to take our severance and a handshake and thanks for all the years of serving Midland. Other ones will go, heck yeah, I don't have to get a Class B license anymore and that Z endorsement for the air brakes and go see my doctor and get signed off. You just can drive with a Class G, the regular license that everybody else drives with. They may choose to take that job, which, could even pay better than the town, or they may not. But your point about, making sure that our local, or I think this was your point, that our drivers, who a lot of people have befriended over the years, who, that's your social time. Instead of walking in the malls like we used to do when the mall was a mall and meeting people. A lot of people I hear from the last Penetanguishee meeting, it's social time on the bus. They get on, they know it's a 1 hour and a bit meandering route. So that's their time to meet their friends and talk to the driver, and everybody knows everybody. That kind of interaction on a smaller bus can still happen if you guys book your trips around the same time. And so I think looking after the human factor, not only our riders, our most important humans, but also our staff who do the service delivery, the staff of whatever this new company would be, could very well be the same friendly faces that you're used to talking to and making jokes with and that know you in this new model. And that was something we asked, could it be part of the RFP, that be a requirement? So I don't know if that makes you feel any better, but we did think about that, and it's very important to us. And the staff were the first people we talked to about this before we ever even went down the path of considering an RFP. So can't really, the other part of it, what was the other part? I was trying to alleviate your concerns. Oh, the phone. So that's something I did here at Penetanguishee too. Not everybody carries a cell phone. If I was to use it, I would use the app and I would see the little moving van and I would know when it's coming and it would text me or whatever. I would be comfortable with that, but I know, my grandma, if she was alive now, wouldn't be. She would want to use a telephone. That's how she always called her taxis and called me, quite frankly. And that's how we talked. So, there is no bus stop in a new virtual kind of delivery like this that you could stand at and wait for it to just randomly come. It wouldn't know you're there. Somebody would have to pick up the phone and make the call and say, hey, it's Diane. They would look up your profile. Oh, Diane, you have a walker. Maybe we'll come to get you right at your house rather than down the road at the virtual bus stop, which is how these kind of things work. We haven't really talked about that yet, but they would know from the profile what your needs are. And you could say, well, it doesn't stop there. Today, Diane's not only got her walker, but I got my groceries. So they would make sure that they didn't send you the vehicle that there was only one seat left on because it was full with everyone else. They would make sure the other vehicle that had room in it for you, your walker, and your groceries, or your dog, or whatever, would come and get you. So these are all things that we would expect to hear from whoever the vendor is on how they would accommodate the needs of people in our community, which I'd like to believe are not unique when we think about seniors in Wasaga Beach, Collingwood, Aurelia, Kenora, like wherever. Seniors generally all have the same kinds of special needs, and we want to make sure that that's part of this. So I heard your comments I think you were at the last meeting, right, in Penetanguishee? Were you and Diane, were you at the Penetanguishee meeting? Okay, then somebody else had brought those up too, and they're really good points. So I just wanted to make sure that I echoed them back, that we've heard that, and it's already being factored into the ask of whoever bid on this. There was many people, many companies that bid on this opportunity. So anyway, I'm trying to give you guys information as we're receiving it too. Hopefully that's helpful. Who's next? Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Sandy Crane, and I'm a long-term taxpayer and senior in Midland. I had a vehicle years ago and I could no longer afford a vehicle, but like many, over half the number of people that take Midland and Penetang Transit are seniors. Many are single parents, adult students, and I'd like to know how many of the council members and panel actually rely on public transit and mass transit, because if you relied on that, your perspective would change about what's being offered as opposed to what we want to keep. Because the ladies here, Sandy Gilbanks, the lady in the green and blue jacket, and her friends, they collected 900 to 1,000 signatures on that petition that was just submitted. And they collected it from Midland and Penetang riders that want the current bus to stay. They don't want to switch to microtransit. I've heard about the people in Kenora that switched to microtransit and it's not working. They've received so many complaints. People have had to wait for hours. What are you going to do when you get 4 calls to microtransit and 4 passengers have to be at 4 different destinations at the same time frame? That can't be guaranteed to be there at the same time. So I don't think the logistics of all of this has been thought out. And we should have a right as riders. We shouldn't be asked, like we should have been asked, not middle into the game in the beginning. And I think that a lot of the people here are not for microtransit. That petition speaks for itself. Am I right? When you get 900 to 1,000 signatures, that speaks for itself. I don't see why the present 2 buses can't be replaced. Instead of spending all this time and energy, money on microtransit, we want to keep it the way it is. So thanks for taking my comments.
Thank you, Sandy. Nice to finally put a face to the voice. I know we've talked several times. So 2 parts of that question about how do they manage those calls with people wanting to go to different places all around the same time. That's, I mean, other than me telling you that that's what they do, taxi drivers manage that. I mean, that's the business they're in. I can't speak for whatever that successful bidder would do. So I'd ask for sure, and I know you will. If it comes down to that, we want to make sure these questions answered so they can explain in detail how they manage these surges where there's a lot of people calling. Maybe it's Canada Day, right? The fireworks wrap up in Little Lake Park. Man, that's going to be a lot of calls happening as people try. If they took public transit down there, which I hope they would, they'd need to get home. How are they going to manage and staff up for those big surges, Butter Tart Festival, or maybe it's just Askononia lets out after an event, right? We want people to continue using transit. We want to increase transit ridership. It's good for the environment. It's better for people, and poverty is not going anywhere, unfortunately. And we know that this is a poverty. I'm glad it was mentioned, poverty reduction tool. So please park that question and bring it to the vendor and give it to them, assuming it's not covered in whatever presentation comes first. But even then, ask the question, because clearly I wouldn't be in support of making a change that was a decreased level of service in our community. That's counter to the whole reason why we're looking at doing this. We want to, again, instead of serving that map that only showed parts of Midland that had transit service, Sunnyside, Midland Point, nothing, Aberdeen, nothing. Like there's mass areas full of people, seniors, that have no transit in Midland right now. So we want to change that so every house, every address in Midland and Penetang Machine, I'm sure has the same desire, has the ability to access transit the same way you would if you called Central Busy Bee. Sorry, I'm brain farting about all the different taxi companies we've had over the years. We only have two left here. So it's the same for them. They would reach every pocket of the community. So that's an expectation of me, and I'm sure of the rest of the council, and I'm sure Penetang Council, that we can't make the service worse than it is. We love our service. It just has all kinds of deficiencies and problems with it. We can't do something that makes it worse. It has to be making it better. Otherwise, why do it, right? Status quo otherwise. So come on up to the mic so we capture your people watching it on YouTube too.
Would the time service be the same, like from 6 or 7 in the morning to 6, 7 at night or whatever? Would the time frame be the same as it is now?
My assumption is yes, and it may even be expanded because we'll see by the need. But I believe, Mitch, the RFP would have given all the data on what our systems do now. Nobody would be allowed to bid where they couldn't deliver at least what we did now.
Okay.
Mitch?
That's correct. Yeah. Minimum is to meet our hours of service as it is today
Okay.
at the minimum. They could
Okay,
improve.
that's the
upon-
minimum, and they could improve.
They could
And
improve.
what about Sundays and holidays and
Those are,
which don't exist now? But,
those are something that could be considered in the future once it's up and running.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, the weekend's a really important point because some of you folks who follow transit, it wasn't this term. I think it was last term. Trying to remember. Yeah, I think it was last term. We had a transit route study and we tried to justify whether it made sense to have Sunday service. And even though there's a lot of people that use it, there wasn't enough to justify sending the big buses around, which is all we had. So the decision was made, no, we're not going to run that service. So the service level actually decreased, if I recall correctly. This is going back a few years before COVID, but so that's a really important point. We need to make sure that we have the coverage when we need it. And because these companies now, and not just these companies, our taxi companies too, are really data driven. They know the customers, they know the addresses, they know where you like to go. Sometimes you can't even remember, and the dispatcher will say, "Oh, you're going to Value Village again," or wherever, and they'll book the call for you. So they're super data driven. So as they see the trends in the data in their computers, they'll be undoubtedly coming to their customer, which would be Town of Midland and Penetang Machine, saying, "Hey, this data here shows that you have a genuine unfilled need on your Sunday afternoons. Well, morning for church, afternoon after church, and then maybe to bingo. You have these people asking for the service that we can't deliver. It's going to cost a bit more money." And then it comes back to us to approve another service level enhancement, which could mean buying a few more of these minibuses and hiring more staff to cover that. So that ability to scale over time as I think someone else mentioned it tonight, as our community grows and we get more people, that is super, super important. The ability to scale up without, whipping out $1 million bill each time to buy another bus. So thank you for that. Please.
My name is Stephanie Grimard and I live in Midland. I don't know why Midland and Penetang can't buy new buses. They buy secondhand buses. That's why they're breaking down. That's why it's costing so much. I know it costs a lot for a new bus, but it's a lot better than a secondhand bus that keeps breaking down. And I'm not for microtransit. I don't want to have to phone the day before and say, "Oh, I want to go out shopping tomorrow." I may not want to go that day. I'd like that my bus comes right to Robert and Russell. I walk up any time of the day and I've got my ride to wherever I'm going. My doctor's in Penetang. I can't afford to miss a doctor's appointment because these vans are busy somewhere else. How many are we supposed to have in town?
Sorry, was that a question? It sounded like a question.
Yeah.
I didn't want to cut you off. Okay.
Yes, it was.
So it's one of those just add water or just add money. We can book, we can buy, or I think we'd have to own these things, as many vehicles as we can justify to provide the service level that our residents need. And Penetanguishene should be in the same boat. So I couldn't tell you with any certainty right now what that number of vehicles look like. But if we move forward on this and there's a vendor selected, then that's a good question for them because they've got all our rider data. They know the days of the week, the hours, everything, where destinations, they know all the bus stops. And they will have had to factor all of that into their proposal. And they would be best to answer that question. But the short answer is there would have to be enough buses to handle everything we know about our ridership level now. And then we would have to make financial decisions every year at budget to increase those services. I can't imagine it decreasing. It would just increase. So to your point, you can expect if we started with 6 of these vans driving around, maybe in 2 years we'd have 8 of them. But we can't give you the actual answers on this because we haven't selected a vendor yet, and we don't know all of the nuts and bolts and what the costs are and whether they want us to own the vehicles or they own the vehicle or we lease them, or are they hybrid, which would cost more, are they electric, which would cost even more. All of those things would factor into the decision, and we don't know the answer to that yet.
And also, I'd like to know how the town of Midland, not when you were mayor, but the mayor before, wasted all that money on meters that didn't even, people couldn't even operate. It was ridiculous. And another thing, how much did Midland pay for that ugly statue on Bay Shore and King?
We're
People don't even know what it is.
getting off a topic on this one, but we can't have a public meeting without talking about parking. So, I mean, somebody had to say it. But yeah, the statute, that was grant covered by the grant. So, I mean, technically it came from your taxes, but it didn't come from your Midland taxes. That was a provincial grant money for that. So art is in the eye of the beholder. So
No,
just
about the getting off topic, what I was saying was, if you can't afford to buy a new bus, why are you buying this other stuff?
okay.
That's can't be used.
Gotcha. And just for clarity, I know I wasn't the mayor last term, but I was on council, and I'm just for transparency's sake, I believed, because we all did, that parking system was good until it went in, and then it clearly wasn't. So just, can't throw the other mayor under the bus. I was on that council too, and we all thought it was a good idea until clearly it wasn't. So it's out, and those things are all dusty right now and for sale on eBay. If anyone wants a parking machine for their front yard, crazy good deal.
Also, you told me there was no other places to get parts for the buses because you were getting them from the States. I went on the computer, and there are places in Canada that have parts for our town buses. They showed the buses and they showed the parts.
I don't buy the stuff, so I just know the company went bankrupt. It was in one of our slides, and the parts are getting scarce because a lot of municipalities have these same buses, and they don't make these. They're not like GM buses where you just get a part from the GM dealer. But anyway, I don't buy this stuff. The reality is we have this aging fleet that'll need parts if we keep it, and the parts are getting few and far between and expensive. And we and the county and everybody else that has these buses are going to have to look at replacing them with a different vendor.
You don't buy it because you were wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay, Councillor Ball, I think you had your hand up. Did you have a question for her? Or?
No, I just maybe wanted to clarify something. I keep just hearing people coming up saying that they're worried about service decreasing. I think just to simplify it. That any company that's going to bid on this has all the data, and the expectation is that they meet everything that you are getting now. So you will not be missing appointments, you will not, and I'm speaking from a very skeptical place with microtransit. I'll be transparent, you'll hear it with all of us discussing it anyways. I have all the same concerns that you have. I spent, I want to say, several hours speaking to Bradford that has this system in place with all of the concerns that I had at AMO this year. So I maybe have a little more information now than you do, but I'm happy to relay that to you. I've given my cards out to a few people, but if you want to get in touch with me, I'm happy to say all the kinks that they had and worked out. And that's the entire point of us going to things like AMO, is we learn from other municipalities, and we don't have the same kinks then, because they've already, ironed them out, and we already know the best path towards where we want to be. So I know just a comment about us using the bus. I do not use the bus. I cannot use the bus. So I do not live in a service area. So I would let my kids to go there, but I can't. So that's the one thing I do believe is good with this, is that we're actually going to have a more inclusive service if we go this way, that we will actually be able to offer service to people who can't use it right now. It's like, I'm not sending my kids in a cab. I can't afford to. So I have to pick them up. I have to arrange for rides. So that's a lot of people in Midland. It's seniors as well. If you have to walk to the bus stop and you do not have the ability to be accessible, and I'm not sure what the requirements are for being able to be deemed accessible. So like you're saying, you were not deemed accessible. So just some food for thought, I guess. But the service won't go down. That's not the intention.
Thanks, Stephanie. Let's keep the dialogue going.
My name is Zena Pendlebury. I live in Midland. It's nice to be on this side of the microphone. Thank you for this opportunity. Your Worship, you mentioned a couple of times the fact that the existing transit and the routes we have don't cover the whole town, or the whole, well, what's considered Midland. And several municipalities have gone to a system that maintains buses for the core, the busiest part of the transit system, which would be downtown Highway 12, Highway 93, and then services the rest, the outlying areas, with a micro system. And that would provide complete coverage. That would deal with the fact that you don't want to send a big bus to an area that doesn't have very many people or comes back empty. And like, for example, Innisfil, they've gone to that. There are cities that have gone to that as well, is because, let's face it, the core, or our buses are full. There are times where there's standing room only during peak hours and for the most popular routes. So, and that I could see where, like, there's concern that a microsystem might not be able to deliver prompt service under those circumstances, like for that kind of a setting. So has there been any consideration that we would keep the transit, the buses for the core routes, and then have a micro transit system for the outlying areas?
That's a good question. And yeah, that is used in larger municipalities and even regions. The counties will do that, where they have the arterial bus system, and then they feed into it from the areas where it doesn't make sense economically or practically to get the buses. Mitch, do you have anything to add on that? That wasn't part of our request, but I guess a good time to say that what we're proposing, what we're looking at doing, is a pilot, which means that, for whatever the term is of the pilot. If this doesn't work and our vendor can't scale up and meet our needs over time, then we would be faced with a decision.
Yeah.
To enhance the service again with fixed route or pick a different vendor. So your point's well taken, but Mitch, what for this kind of feeder system with a blend of fixed route and microtransit, what can you add for us?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Gordon. It's definitely something that you see larger towns doing and regions, like you mentioned. I know Durham region uses it. They have fixed routes and they augment with the micro transit to the more rural areas or
Right.
underserviced areas. It's definitely something we can consider. It's not currently in the RFP that we're going through the process working on, but it is an option that will be considered when we bring back our recommendation report in the near future. We'll compare the options, the pros and cons. There's multiple on both sides, so it'll be considered.
Okay. Now, and in terms of costs, I mean, we all appreciate that the municipality wants to be cost efficient in all the services they provide. But we also have to keep in mind, we've made a decision as a country, we provide healthcare, we provide public education, healthcare for everyone. The cost, these services don't pay for themselves. We pay dearly for them, but we appreciate them. And that's what makes us what we are. So transit is no different. Public transit should remain public. And we just have to find the magic formula to deliver it cost efficiently. Okay, thank you.
Zina? Yeah, I concur entirely. The cost to taxpayers as well as the cost to the riders, who are also taxpayers, is a top of mind. Because to your point, these services never even close to break even. They're heavily subsidized. They're greater good. They're actually why municipalities exist. The only reason we exist sitting here is to provide you services, whether it's filling potholes, building sidewalks and roads, giving you fresh water, making sure the brown stuff goes where it needs to go. And we've also chosen many, many years ago to provide a city-style service in our small town, which is public transit. So again, cost and the services to our entire community are top of mind. And again, I don't want anyone to think we're so fixated on trying to get the tax rate down that we would consider abandoning transit at all. Again, I'll just restate that because it's a nasty rumor that was going around. Not even part of the decision matrix. It's status quo or improve the service. Those are the only two choices we're faced with right now. Who would like to come up next? Community reach. Oh,
I have several questions that several people I have just brought to my attention. First of all, I was, when this all came about, it was told that this was going to start on January the 2nd. Why are you starting this in the dead of winter? Is my first question. My next question is why I feel really bad. I feel, I don't think that you are taking into account the 6 bus drivers that we can depend on to take us from one place to another. And then what are those bus drivers going to do when they have, because they're no fault of their own, they have to give their jobs up because of this? That's not fair to us as a community, as citizens who depend on these bus drivers. And another question that I would like to ask is, why are you doing this when we can depend on that bus to take us from one place to another? And then if you do this microservice, how are we going to know that if I call for a ride at 9:15 and will that microservice be able to pick me up 5 minutes later? Am I going to be late to get to my to where I have to go? Because that's when there's other people wanting to get at the same time. That's not. And another question is, what about at the end of the month when all the checks come out and people there have been on the bus? I've been on the bus at the end of the month and there's no sitting room. No sitting room. People are standing because the bus is just completely full. That's I don't think this microservice is going to be able to handle all those people that are on that bus.
Thanks again. So the ability to handle, that's going to be a really good question, which I would hope you'd come back for to talk to the vendor and put it to them. What's your plan for that? Because we don't really want seniors standing on the bus anyway. We'd rather have you safely seated while traveling. But the long and short of it, that's important. As far as when the service would start, if we collectively decided to do this, and I'll state this is no decisions being made. The start date would be something we'd have to work out with the vendor. What's reasonable? We can't just rush into it. I mean, there could be a lot of planning involved, or it could be something that could be done very quickly. But I think given that here we are in the middle of October, January 2nd would probably be a little unrealistic at this point. And maybe it would make more sense to start. I think I heard you say this in Pantanguishene too. Maybe it would make more sense to start when the snow thaws. I don't know what impact that would have on their service, but maybe it makes sense that it starts in March or April. So these are all things that, we can negotiate a start time if we go down this path, and we do that, whatever makes the most sense. We wouldn't want to do a knee-jerk decision. I thought I addressed adequately, but perhaps I didn't, that the first people we considered in this were our staff. The second, obviously, are you, our riders, our ratepayers and residents. But the staff we approach first off, and it's baked right into the RFP that are any of the staff that would like to transition to this new company that would be running transit would have job offers. And it would be up to them to choose whether they wanted to take the job or not. But I believe we baked that right into it. And we talked to our staff first and foremost about this. I believe we don't have a lot of staff. I think most of them would be interested. Maybe one or two would say, no, thanks. I'll take my retirement now. But maybe they'll change their mind. Maybe we're going to get some taxi drivers who, on their off hours want to drive the microtransit buses so they can make more money than they do now. There's a lot of employment opportunities, but the ones that you've gotten to know over time, they'll be offered jobs. If they'd like to work, they would be offered jobs. And that was really important to us. And that was one of the first things we talked about. There's something else I was missing? Capacity of the buses, start time, employment. Did I forget one? Or did you get it all? Okay. I know you don't like this. I got you loud and clear, but I just want to make sure at least I'm echoing back and responding to any of your concerns. Please, Community Reach partners. And for those in Pantanguishene who aren't familiar, Community Reach is like a second transit service that Midland contracts with to deliver our wheelchair accessible transit. So not to saying you can't get onto our other buses, but we have a specialty service that we contract, Community Reach, who has two arms. One is, I'll let you explain Community Reach maybe to people better than me, but the one that we focus on as a transit partner is you drive the Community Reach buses, and they manage all of our truly deeply accessible routes. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name's Deborah Klein, and I'm with Community Reach. Obviously, I'm presently their treasurer, and we'll be walking into shortly a different position. I just want to let everybody know that's listening and who's present here that Community Reach, as you describe it, we provide the accessible transit component for the Midland transportation system, as well as Penetang, but primarily we have the contract with Midland. And we are technically a microtransit system. This is not a new thing. We work on a booking platform We've just switched over to a newer booking platform, so we're still dealing with the nuances of a new software system. But we do a door-to-door service, as well as our accessible transit run that we have, that we work with Midland on. We also provide what we call a TLC program. And that program is what generates and gives people the opportunity to go outside of the North Simcoe area. For example, tomorrow I'm a driver and I will be driving somebody from Midland to Barrie for a specialist appointment. We do an awful lot of driving outside of the North Simcoe area. So as you know, in our healthcare situation, we don't have a lot of specialized medicine up in these neck of the woods. So a lot of people end up having to go outside of the Midland area into Barrie, Aurelia, and whatnot for surgical procedures or any type of specialization. Well, Community Reach provides that bridge, and that's what we do. And when we discuss about a microtransit system, it's actually in Sault Ste. Marie, which I would think was more in comparison to Midland as far as geography and residents and whatnot using it. The issues that people are having with it is that it doesn't extend beyond certain boundaries of their own town. So this is where I want to say an organization like Community Reach does go out there, and where people are feeling that there's missing holes with a proposed microsystem, then I know that Community Reach is also there to fill those gaps and to expand our services. I hope everybody realizes here in council, I do sit on the North Simcoe OHT, and we are continuously looking at the population demographics. So what we see happening in North Simcoe over the next few years is a massive increase in our senior population. So we want to ensure that any microtransit system is not a curb-to-curb system as it is in Kenora and Sault Ste. Marie, that it is an actual door-to-door service. I personally live in Tiny Township, and if it wasn't a door-to-door service, when you get north into the township areas where we have more rural living people, it would be very, very difficult to expect those people to go to meeting points and to be picked up in these generalized areas. But I just want to make it very clear that if you're not aware of what Community Reach does, then it's well worth a phone call and a visit to what we actually do and how many vans we're actually running. And just for a statistic, we are providing through the AT partnership that we have with Midland for just accessible transit, we are running right now approximately 1,700 rides a month. And that is a lot of people who have to call at the last minute, people who get phone calls to different appointments and whatnot. And we ensure that we do that. And we're very, very much community focused and make sure that we have the support from everyone. Thank you.
Thanks. That's a good reminder. And hopefully everybody in the room is aware of Community Reach.
Community Reach, I've already called. I was told that I had to have a doctor's written thing to have access to the Community Reach. I'm not sick enough. I'm healthy. I don't have access. And at what cost? What do you charge? From what place to what place? Yeah, that was my input on that one.
Congratulations on not being sick enough. Like, I wish that situation continues for you. But that's the second arm of Community Reach. That's like their main business they got started in. The accessible transit is like a subcontract with us to do the transit. So a little different animals. So connect with them offline and find out how that service can work, or maybe they can refer you to another service. Because people need rides too, and I know they get down to the city all the time for cancer treatments and other specialists. That isn't something within the scope of Midland Transit. Like that's, the province really should be getting into that game and paying for it, but good luck with that. We got to focus on getting people around Midland, and then with our neighbors in Penetang into Penetang around there. So valid concern, but just want to manage people's expectations. Completely out of our ability, our funding ability in Midland. Please.
I was just going to say in regards to community reach, I also use them quite often. I'm a frequent flyer with them as well. But I just wanted, as far as the transit, I just wanted to know how many of you have even tried riding the bus? And maybe it should be a challenge out there that maybe sometime you should get on the bus and see how busy it is and see how important it is to this community. And I think you'd be quite surprised at of the number of people that do ride the bus.
Thank you. And I'll admit to never having taken the bus. I've been on the bus for a photo op. Honestly, last term when we got the new one delivered, that's, I mean, I think we went to the rec center. That doesn't count. But your point, we know, even though we haven't, not being riders of the bus, we know from the stats that are collected, the 70,000 rides we provided this year, we know how important that is, and we know the demographic that it serves. So that's not lost on us. I don't want you to think we're up here in a vacuum making, random decisions without understanding it. Would it be nice if we took the bus for a ride to see it in action? Of course it would. There'd be no harm in doing that. But we're looking at the all the numbers that come in and what it costs, and that map that showed the glaring gaps in our community that have zero access to the service that you all enjoy. They don't have access to it. So we're trying to remedy that. So we're trying to make the service better, not worse again. And if we end up paying the same or more, or would it be lovely if we paid less? Regardless, this is a heavily subsidized public service, and we recognize that, how important it is, especially to our aging demographic. We're all going to be there. Heck, I'm closer there than most of my peers. But anyway, I do look forward to riding. If we go microtransit, I will be making a pledge to leave the truck at home and be taking microtransit to council meetings and any place I can to try and encourage that and build that ridership. We want more people to be using our transit system, whether it's the fixed route buses we have now or whatever the new service looks like, with your input. Please name and address.
Hi, my name's Sandy Gilbank. I'm from Penetang. Three towns got grants for transits. Why can't that money go towards fixing our buses now?
Well, it does. It's a drop in the bucket, unfortunately, but I am going, it's
they have
probably
people
not
know how
publicly
to work?
announced how much we're getting this year, but we're Friday, look in the newspaper, Derek or somebody will write an article and they'll have the picture. We got a bunch of money from the province.
Yeah.
Every
Tony
year
got
we
the
do.
Highest, Hughes got the second, and Penetang got the third.
Right on. Oh, is it already out public?
Yeah.
Oh, well, praise the Lord.
It was
Okay,
ju-
so yeah, we
it's
got
in the
money.
Paper. Yeah.
So that's why I have to be nice to the premier, even when he makes dumb decisions about these cameras, because he does lavish us with this other money. So the bottom line is that money is a fraction of what it really costs to run the bus service. So we use every penny of it, not only to pay the drivers, but to repair the buses, to maintain the buses, sometimes to replace them. I think someone else mentioned earlier, we buy the used
How to
ones.
fix the buses properly because they're always down. Like, there's got to be a reason for it.
Yeah, that one I can't speak to, but
Okay.
we have pretty talented staff that work on these heavy equipment in both our municipalities. But
Okay.
anyway, if this wasn't a problem, we wouldn't be talking about it tonight. So I'm glad you're here and I'm glad we're talking. Because someone mentioned at the last meeting, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that was the missing important part of the conversation in Penetang that wasn't clearly communicated, not through any fault of theirs. We're just taking advantage of being the second guy at bat. So I know what the pitcher is like. So, all right, who's next? Don't be shy. That's it. Is that two? All right, merci d'avoir venu. And thank you for coming. And is there something I'm supposed to say? Oh, yes. Okay. As there's no further comments from the public regarding our discussion on microtransit service in the town of Midland, I will now call this public meeting to an end. However, it's not the end of the conversation. Please continue to follow this. We're going to put it in the media what the next step is. Again, Midland Council and Penetang Council, I believe on the same nights. We're trying to tee it up so we have the meetings on the same nights. Get the same report in front of us and we talk about it, and we hope you come to each of our meetings and learn at the same time as us what the vendor is proposing and what the communications plan is for, again, listening to the public. based on what you learn on what the vendor's proposing. Because that could shape whether we say yep or nope to the plan. So the listening ears are still on for both municipalities. So thank you so much for caring enough to come tonight. Yes, but it will be the public meeting with the vendor, whoever is successful at the RFP, and they will have gotten Cole's notes from everybody's comments tonight to make sure that those are addressed amongst, you know, whatever other dog and pony show they put on to try and sell us on why they're the best provider. Fair enough? Thanks, Sandy. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. Oh, bio break. Yes, it is 7:34, so, or 7:36, actually, wrong clock. And so why don't we come back at is 7:45 enough? A quickie. So 7:45 we'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. That was a brief break. We are now at section 13, presentations. We have none. 14, integrity commissioner recommendation reports. We have none again. Recurring theme this term. 15, deputations and petitions. We'll kick things off with our SSEA partners, Severn Sound Environmental Association, updates on our Little Lake water quality. And we have a PowerPoint that's going to be displayed at the same time. So is this virtual for? Oh, there you are. Please come on up to the mic. I was looking for you in a box. Better to have you in person. Welcome. Yeah, technically you have 10 minutes, but we're I went overtime on our bio break, so I'll cut you some slack. Oh, no one can see me. Probably just as well. I got cookie on my lips. Caught me. All right, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Gordon, members of council, and everyone here tonight. Thank you for letting me come today. I joined SSCA about a year ago, so it's my first deputation. I hope not last one. And I really enjoy working in this area. I love how Midland's natural features blend so beautifully with the urban settings. And I have to say that Little Lake is a real treasure, and it gives Midland its unique character. And I'm not surprised that everyone is wondering how is the lake doing. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as you know, Severn Sound Association has been monitoring Little Lake for decades. And we collected long-term data set that includes many water quality variables, and it's a wealth of information. And for today, I just try to summarize all this information, and I use so-called water quality index. You can see on the slide. It's a index that summarizes different water quality variables, and it's calculated based on methods suggested by Canadian Council of Minister of Environment. But the main point is that so far, Little Lake doing fairly well. You can see that right now that index is like within good overall, and we have I analyzed data since 2010, sorry. But the concerning things is that we have declining trend. And if you look at the diagram below, you can see that in 2023 and 2024, we have like 2 yellow bars. And it means that during those two years, the index dropped to marginal category, which is concerning, as I said. I don't want to go into detail today, but I'd like to highlight a few key points. I will start with good news. Next slide, please. So first of all, water clarity is fluctuating, and you can see data on your right side. But the good thing is that so far in 2025, we don't have any algae blooms in the lake, which is good sign. Also, nutrients level are fluctuating, but most of time phosphorus levels stay below the level that can cause algae bloom. This is good. But the greatest concern is increasing salt level in the lake. And as you can see, chloride and conductivity have been rising since 1970. and it's likely due to road salt use. Also, you can see that chloride peaked around 2010, and I don't have those data, but on the right side, you can see that there is like a steady increase in chloride levels since 2017. Next slide, please. Question, what is happening? Why it's happening? So, of course, some variability can be natural, but the fact is that land development pressure around the lake is increasing. And this raises concerns about potential impacts on water quality, natural shorelines, and overall lake health. Although the need for development is understandable, it may be time to think about taking extra steps to minimize its environmental impact. Next slide, please. Another topic that I want to touch on today is SCCA's monitoring program for Little Lake. As I mentioned, SCCA has monitored the lake for decades, and we collect data samples and conduct in situ measurements. This year, we added new state-of-the-art water quality zone that can measure multiple parameters at once. You can see it's called Aquatrol 700. It's like it's really good. Also before 2025, the lake was monitored biweekly at the midpoint. And in 2025, we tried a new approach. We added nearshore observation, and we did general spring screening, then nearshore observation every 2 weeks, and mid-lake sampling in May and August. And on the next slide, you can see a map showing location of our nearshore location and middle lake location. Next slide, please. Also in 2025, SCCA began installing signs at monitoring sites, each with QR code linking to reports on our website. And if you would like, you can try that QR code right now. And basically anyone can scan it and go directly to our website. You can see on the bottom, you can select Little Lake, or like it's for all lakes. For the watershed, you can select the lake, and then you can go to reports. And next slide, please. And here you can see example of those reports. Like in general, those reports are available within 48 hours after field visit. And as you can see, our reports include water temperature, algae level, including blue-green algae, dissolved oxygen, water clarity, and as well general observations such as water color, foam, and litter. Also, such reports are available for Midland Bay. You can find it like on our website as well. Next slide, please. Our website analytics show a significant increase in visits to our monitoring results page. And now it's the second most visited page after our home page. You can see you can clearly see increase. If you look at that plot, you can see green line, and there is like increase after we install those signs in like I believe in June. And then we have like this like huge increase in our website visits, which is okay. And also it demonstrates strong public interest in local water quality data and reports. Next slide. Thank you. And finally, I want to show you what's ahead for 2026 and beyond. So first of all, we plan to install more signs. So this year we have just like pilot, like light plastic signs, and for next year we are planning to install more permanent signs, and we are applying for funding for LEAV, and hopefully we can get that funding, so it will be like less cost for that. Also, we are setting up new nearshore monitoring location in Midland Bay, again with QR codes linking to our data. And we would really appreciate the municipality help in sharing information, especially improving the visibility of monitoring results on the municipal website. And as you can see on your right side, right now, referral traffic is currently really low. It means that like clicks on our website from our partner sites is still very low. So we need to improve that part. Also, any other ideas for increasing public awareness are very welcome. And thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you for your presentation and educating us more on our little gem of Little Lake. It's well used and appreciated. I have 3 questions in regards to Little Lake. One is the geese. 2 is, would aerating make a better water quality? And then should we be concerned about the salt levels? Because I think we're using less salt in different other things, but should we be even more concerned about the levels?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The first question of geese. Geese are are natural part of our like ecosystem. So it's like a natural part. Of course, I understand that sometimes they can be like quite numerous. I'm not sure like is the question about what can we do about that, or so that's a good question, and it's like tricky one. I'm not like ready to answer right now what we can do with that. The main point is it's like natural part of ecosystem, but we need somehow to maybe make sure that those geese are not crowded in areas, in public areas, where they can create some like problem and increase level of E. coli and other things. So maybe we need to think not about eliminating, but maybe about like trying to relocate or make other areas near the lake more attractive for those geese. And there are like quite a lot scientific studies on that, and if necessary, SSA can work on that, and we can like think about approaches, what can be done. For example, one of things I know that in some areas, municipalities are trying to leave higher grass because geese don't like high grass. That's maybe something that we can consider, but I'm not telling that I have like this is like any decision right now, but there are like ways that can be considered to try to maybe relocate or like attract those geese to other areas. Next question about aeration. Yes, in general, it's a acceptable practice for making water quality within a lake better, but it's like really lake dependent. I'm not ready to say, okay, go with aeration and it will be good for Little Lake, because it's really depends on lake conditions. Before making any decisions, you need to consider conditions, the reason for that, and like scope of that project. And overall, it's used especially for small lakes, for small ponds. But I'm not sure about Little Lake. It's like need more exploration and more data analysis. And about salt and conductivity here, I'm sure that yes, it's a problem. It's a problem. It's not like specific for this area. Overall, over province, we have like increase in salt level and conductivity. And the problem is that recent studies show that there is connection between blue algae blooms, toxic blooms, and level of salts within lakes. It's like it's still like not clear connection, but some studies suggest that yes, there is connection. And if you want to fight toxic algae bloom, we need to look at salts.
Thank you. If you find a solution for the geese, because I'm sure it does pollute the lake. Help pollute the lake.
Sorry?
The geese presence increases the lake pollution. Is that proven?
It's
Yes.
something that can be considered, yes.
Councilor Bertel.
Thank you, Your Worship. So thank you for coming in, and giving this presentation. I did read over it before coming here. And like Councilor McDonald, my concern is the salt levels. What is the SSCA, or what should we be doing as townships or businesses? And what kind of actions you're taking to reduce the amount of salts being used on our roads or parking lots? Because it is something that's of a concern. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Like I know that many municipalities are developing salt management plan, and so far as I remember, Midland is working on that, right? Yeah, so that's I remember that I was reviewing, so it was like really good, and like in general, reduction of salt input into lakes are tightly connected to improving stormwater management. That's a key. If we can consider some improvement and incorporation best practice that are available, I think it would be really useful. And I know that there are lots of work has been done within Lake Simcoe watershed. They have really good approach to that salt reduction. And overall in province, there is growing concern about salt level. And I believe using those best practices would be really helpful here.
Thank you. Yeah, so the main concern I had, because every business is always scared now, or township, and they just salt everything, like even if it's not necessary because of lawsuits. So that's an area of concern, that because we're afraid of lawsuits, salt is being overused where it shouldn't be. So where I ask SSCA, maybe advocate the province to, you know, look at this factor that we're harming the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and thank you, Alina, for coming today for the presentation. I don't really have a question. I just have comments on the monitoring program, which we've seen success, and I'm glad to hear we're expanding on that. So anybody asks me, what are the concern with Little Lake? I direct them to this barcode, which gives a world of information. And there's a concern with the salt levels. It's a tough one because I think we have four major storm pipes going into Little Lake, if I'm correct. I thought at one point there was two, but I think I got corrected. There's actually four. So I think that number is correct, but hopefully, staff has a program, and we can manage that, especially, and there is concern with the two developments. There's one development off of Yonge Street, which housing development, and as well as development off Highway 12 that I don't know what phase it's in. But it's cleared, but there's nothing going on with it right now. So. And we don't know when that's. But anyways, those are concerns. The citizens have concerns, and our council, if that's why it's important that we get this information and on the quality of a Little Lake, and what we can do to mitigate some of these issues that we're having with the lake, and put that into maybe if these developments go through, that we can increase the mitigation. And ask them to do that. So I'm sure I'll have more questions when, as I am the SSCA rep. But anyways, council does have the ability to talk to any SSCA member to get that information when we have to make a decision. But thank you very much for the presentation and information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor East.
Thank you, through your worship. Thank you for the presentation. What my question is if we continue to develop around Little Lake Park, knowing that we are starting to see some salt runoff, sorry, not feeling too hot, so I'm trying to find the words. what would the future of Little Lake look like if we're not aware of what the development can cause to Little Lakes? Sorry, this medication is really messing me up. Like, what I'm trying to portray is if we keep developing around Little Lake Park, what will that look like to the rest of Midland in the future if we're not proactive on protecting the water quality?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. Yeah, that's a good question. And of course, there is like a risk like if we just like neglect current state of the lake and develop and continue development around lake, it can be like really, really bad. What I can say that we can do whatever we want around the lake if we are okay with duck pond. But if we want natural lake, we need to take extra steps to mitigate those negative effects. Because I would say that last state of the lake would be just duck pond.
So just as a follow-up then, what would some of the steps that you would recommend us be aware of now to protect the lake park or the lake 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years from now so that our residents can still use it without growing a, third leg or something?
Yeah. Okay. So as environmental scientist, I would say stop development, but I understand it's like it's undoable. There is need for development and people need to live and it's understandable. But I think that extra steps and policy for development and around lake should be more strong than within other areas, because area near the lake is really, really sensitive. Basically, everything that is around the lake will go in the lake. And we need to really make sure that we have good storm mitigation, storm management plan, that we can take into account climate change and all this like winter storms, because most of pollution happens not when we have like normal conditions, but during those like storm events. You remember that winter event this winter? So it was terrible, right? So lots of runoff in the lake, and we need to make sure that all measures that we are taking can mitigate not just like normal conditions, but those like really high extreme events. That's a point, and it's in terms of salt and in terms of phosphorus as well.
That's a good point. Stormwater management is something that wasn't a thing back when in the early days when Midland was developed. All pipes ended up in either Georgian Bay or Little Lake, right? Just wherever it was low, that was where it would go. So and I think people will see that in any of our housing developments and around the community now. These stormwater management ponds are there to capture and slowly, filter and put it back so it doesn't just run, pure salt washing off the road and all the brine right into the lakes and to Georgian Bay. Some people have brought up the concept of the duck pond, which is actually a stormwater management pond on Aberdeen that right now it needs some more cleaning, I guess, to try and get some outflow because it's kind of stagnant and it's gotten quite gross to the point where even the ducks and the geese aren't landing on it anymore. Like it's just too gross for them. So some of the local residents are this might be a neat little dovetail into something we're going to be hearing about after you have come up with a concept that might help with some aeration, not only as a water feature, but to help with the aeration quality and maybe the lack of oxygen in that pond that's leading to some of these algae blooms and whatnot. So are these consulting with the SSCA? This is more a rhetorical question, but when we get the ask, which is likely coming tonight, to consider things like this, where we treat a stormwater management pond that actually is kind of more like a pond in a neighborhood, doesn't have a big fence around it like you'd see in some of the smaller ponds. This one's on Aberdeen, if you're familiar with it. Is it something we can consult with the SCA on to try and talk about what we can do to make this arguably stormwater management pond into a more vibrant ecosystem that it really wasn't designed to be, but that the neighborhood is clamoring for because it just the way it looks, and it's not fenced, and it's a big feature that's always been there. It was a beaver pond before the houses were built. Is that something that you and your team at the SSCA could help consult on for feasibility to make sure that if we are going to tinker with it, that it's not politically driven, it's more science driven, that we're actually having the intended impact we're having, and don't over aerate something and then end up with things that feed off the oxygen, and now we have a worse shape situation. Is this something that you and your team could help consult with?
Honestly, I'm not in position to answer the question right now, so probably I need to ask my executive director what we can do, what we can do. Like theoretically, yes, you can collect data, you can analyze your data, and then you can make your like well-informed decision. That's what we are doing, but I'm not sure like to what the scope and yes, we can collect data, we can analyze data, and you can make decisions. That's what I can say. But overall, it's like these like artificial ponds and natural lakes can be quite different, and sometimes it's like those artificial ponds require more data and more in-depth analysis because it's quite different from natural system. But as I said, you can ask SCCA, talk to our executive director, and I think in terms of like collecting data, data analysis and reports, yeah, I think we are capable to do that.
Okay, so that's kind of just a heads up. So that I imagine you're probably going to head home after this, so you may not get the benefit of hearing our next deputation. But in there, there's a request that is, on behalf of a community to look at and maybe start treating the stormwater management pond as an actual pond, and take steps to, not only make it look nicer, but to be healthier, which would mean some sampling and other things that you wouldn't typically normally be engaged to do. You don't go around sampling the water and stormwater management ponds, I assume. So just maybe a heads up that there might be a request coming your way. And if you have nothing to do, tomorrow we could watch the next segment on the YouTube show, and you could hear the presentation that's coming up. But I just thought it's really timely. So I just wanted to ask those questions sort of preemptively.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Ball.
I just wanted to say I asked residents and gave them SSCA information a while ago about that. So I don't know if any of the residents did reach out to SSCA and the right person that deals with that. But also just wanted to comment on the blue-green algae, and I'm glad that there isn't any this year. So that's a pretty big win. I know you are monitoring that pretty closely, and you, from my understanding, don't pull it out or don't do anything with it, but I'd love to know why we don't have any, but I'm glad we don't.
Yeah. Thank you for that comment. Yeah, it's like it's really good that we don't have those toxic blooms here. Although we have some really intense algae bloom at Bass Lake at the same time, and honestly, I don't know what is the reason. I didn't have a chance to look at data so far. We are still waiting for chemistry data. In general, those algae blooms are associated with nutrients level, and sometimes it's not just like high level of nutrients, but sometimes it's in imbalance between nitrogen and phosphorus. For example, in Bass Lake, we can see that there is like huge, like really low level of nitrogen and really high, like relatively high level of phosphorus, and probably that's a cause for those algae blooms. I'm not sure about Little Lake. I will take a look at data, and once I know, I will update you on that.
So maybe the obvious question here is, based on the trends that we see and the data most recently collected, is Little Lake safe for people to swim in, their children, their pets, adults? Is it safe to swim in? I mean, when it's not closed, but when it's open, is the assumption that it's a clean, safe lake to swim in?
Thank you. So in general, SCCA is not commenting on safety. We are sending people to a health unit like especially in terms of safety. But overall, water quality within the lake is like fair. It's okay. It's, as I said, water quality index is like 88 overall. It's declining, but it's like it's good between and marginal category. In terms of safety, I would suggest checking with health unit. And yeah, of course, if there is like notice for toxic algae blooms, of course, you don't enter water, you don't allow your pet, don't drink that water. And but sometimes those algae blooms are really localized and they can move really quickly. So you need to keep an eye on that. And that's why we start this near shore observation, just to make sure that we are not just monitoring middle part of the lake, but also near shore areas. And we are trying to put like information within 48 hours. And we are, if there is like indication, no bloom or small bloom, is it blue-green algae bloom or whatever. So we trying to provide that information.
Thanks. My last question is really an observation with a question at the end of that. We see the trending over since 2010. Our little lake has either been excellent or good. And then in 2024, it, for the first time in the decade, drops to marginal. And is there any explanation for what may be causing that? Was it our exceptionally dry summer kind of thing? Or like, do we know? Is it, rather than me spouting out a bunch of potential answers, do you know, or was there any evidence as to why we got this kind of first in a long time lower score?
Okay, thank you for the question. I don't think you would like my answer. For me, the main reason is development around the lake. Yeah, I can't say like 100% sure, but it looks like there is like a strong correlation between area developed around the lake and water quality index. I can't be like 100% sure, but there is correlation. That's what I can say.
Okay, so that we see this in 2024, but there hasn't really been any new development in several years. The last development just immediately next to where there is no development yet has been there for quite some time. Does it take a while for it does? So there's no immediate cause and effect link between, oh, you just built this development, expect the quality to change in a year. It might take 5 years or 10 years.
Yes, that's correct. And also, we need to understand that those lakes and watersheds are really complex system. And it's not like you do this and you have that result. You do this and you do that. And the main problem that even if we try to improve, let's say, quality or condition within watershed, it might take some time to see results and effect on the lake. That's a problem, that there is like delay between what we are doing and what we see. And you 100% like right.
I keep getting more questions than where you're talking. This is amazing, but so we have the Hanson project that's stuck in full reverse or neutral or wherever it is. It's certainly not moving ahead. That's the clear cut section over from Highway 12 to Little Lake. So beside Walmart, where it's all just barren. Nothing's going on there, even though there's scheduled to be hundreds and hundreds of homes built. And it hasn't been anything for quite some time. So, then you have well, that's really the only real change to the landscape in the past 10 years, I'll say, is that clear cutting. And, I'm guessing the runoff from just having no trees, no other than whatever has grown on the ground since it was clear cut. Is that kind of runoff from having a deforested area where it's just basically laid barren? Is that more risky to the little lake than a built up subdivision that has stormwater sewers and stormwater management ponds and sewers basically? So it's not just literally running into the lake. Does one of those have a worse outcome, like a managed development versus just a clear cut large swath of land that's just open?
A good question, but tricky one. Like in general, land clearing has a huge effect on lakes, huge effect, because it's not just like runoff, but it also affect on groundwater recharge. By clearing the land, you change how it's called, infiltration rate, right? And you change recharge of groundwater. And as we know, like that a little lake has some groundwater recharge. So by clearing that land, you affect not just like surface runoff, but also groundwater recharge. I'm not like 100% sure like about situation in that site. I need to look at data. I need to look at maps and all this data. But in general, land clearing is like it's not good. If you have like direct like let's say input from storm water, it's also really like I honestly I don't know how to answer which is like worse. It's like it's two different sides from the same things, right? So with let's say with stormwater you can try to mitigate, you can try to put some filters, some like try to capture those like pollutions. And with land clearing you need to think not just about surface runoff but also about groundwater recharge. And also groundwater is about like drinking water and recharge for rivers, for everything. So it's like it's a really complex system.
All right, thanks. I can see the correlation there now. So that's a good takeaway for Mr. Farquharson, because that subdivision agreement that's going nowhere is up for renewal next year. We either need to renew it or let it die and have the developer come back with a new plan and get the thing going, because it's just a big blight and scar on a large swath of Midland right now that literally borders the lake. So this is really good information to know, especially as we enter into that last year of their subdivision agreement that's going nowhere right now. Well, I'm really glad you came to give this presentation. I mean, I read the slides earlier. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, but this is fantastic. I'm glad we
Yeah.
had this Q&A.
And you know that whenever you need some help or consultation, you can email us, reach us, and we are like part of your municipality, and we are to serve you and help you. We are not like to confront you. We are just to help you.
Well, thanks. So, Mr. Farquharson, if you could, maybe we could talk offline after, or maybe we need to talk to the SSE to help inform what we do with that giant clear-cut piece of property. And it's the subdivision agreement, and trying to, get the thing going, or have them replant trees if it's that important to the ecosystem around the lake.
Thank you, Worship. Just on top of that as well, council's given direction to staff to do a tree preservation bylaw as well. So that's something that Mr. Kennedy has on his work plan to complete next year. So as part of that process, it'll look at these types of situations as well for, what types of buffers and tree preservations we should have along our waterfront as well. So it's not just in town lots that are not on the water. We're looking at those water lots as well. So thank you.
Great, thanks. One thing leads to another, Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much for your presentation and your patience with our questions. All right, up next, we have the Tiffin Homeowner Association Community Safety and Environmental Recommendations. Mr. David Allen is the president, and he's here to provide our first introduction to the Tiffin Homeowner Association this term. Of course, we know who you are, but we just haven't had an opportunity to see or hear from you officially as a council. So welcome.
Great. Your worship, members of council, town staff, and members of the THA executive. My name is David Allen. I'm the president of the Tiffin Homeowners Association. I'm very pleased to be able to address council this evening on three important issues that involve you, the town, and the members of our association. A number of things I think we've touched on the previous presentation, and it dovetails quite nicely. The Tiffin Homeowners Association represents the homeowners along Aberdeen, Riverwalk, Davenport, and Taylor, those 4 streets. We are a voluntary organization with an annual paid membership. With 130 members, we represent the majority of the homes along those 4 streets. Several of the homes along Aberdeen are rental accommodation only, and as such, they are not members. Our neighborhood, as many of you know, also has 2 condominiums, one at 280 Aberdeen and the other at 699 Aberdeen. While they are not members, our issues are in many respects the same, and we share each other's concerns with respect to the three issues to be discussed this evening. A more formal relationship between the condominiums and the THA is under consideration at the present time. So what three issues are I talking about? Number one, traffic safety, or to use your expression, traffic calming. The second one, neighborhood or community watch. And the third is the need for pond remediation. Let me start with traffic safety. This past year, THA, in response to our members' concerns, sent out 2 surveys regarding traffic safety and in particular speeding. The response rate was excellent, with more than 120 homeowners taking time to fill out the surveys, which is a great response rate. The results of the 2 surveys were consistent. The majority of our residents do not feel safe traveling along our streets, and in particular along Aberdeen. With no sidewalks on either side of the street, a population made up of mainly seniors who walk for exercise, and an overabundance of service vehicles parking on both sides of our street, our issue is vehicular traffic and speed. In this connection, the condominium corporations voiced similar concerns and indicated they would support our recommendations. Our THA survey provided homeowners with a number of options for recommendations, first to the executive and then on to the town of Midland, hence my deputation tonight. In summary, THA is recommending to the town the following measures, which we believe will reduce speed through our neighborhood and increase traffic safety. Those recommendations are as follows. 1, reduce the speed limit. Currently, no signs anywhere to 40 kilometers an hour, and install signs with the new speed limit. This is not a community safety zone, nor do we want one. 2, install a 3-way stop at the corner of Aberdeen and Yonge. Currently, our only stop sign is coming down the hill at Yonge to Aberdeen. Few people, if ever, stop there. 3, install additional signs indicating the 3 speed humps are coming up as opposed to existing signage at the immediate location of the humps. We do appreciate the painting of the edges of the humps earlier in the summer. And then 4, investigate the possibility with you of establishing a pedestrian bicycle lane using bollards on one side of Aberdeen. I know it goes back a number of years, but without sidewalks, it is a major problem. And the age of the homes on Aberdeen are such that almost every second house is under renovation. So you've got parking on both sides of trucks, which is a very difficult situation. It should also be noted that one can drive from the Midland Town docks along Bay, Aberdeen, and Pillsbury all the way to Mum's Restaurant without any need to stop or slow down. Speed cameras on William Street, recently installed, have only added to the traffic along Aberdeen as drivers try to avoid the cameras on William. Aberdeen is a well-known raceway for all manner of vehicles as they enjoy the stop-free streets, the shortcut to downtown or the highway, and the lakefront views of Georgian Bay. Multiple possible solutions were provided to residents, and the executive concluded that the 4 already mentioned represent the majority feelings of the community. Tonight and the days ahead, we are asking town council to support those recommendations and let us work with staff on them. The second issue, which we touched on a few minutes ago, is pond remediation. Paralleling, for those of you who don't know, Aberdeen is one of the largest, if not the largest, stormwater drainage and catchment ponds in the whole Midland area. Known as SPS number 3, the pond is 4.21 acres in size, or 16,700 square meters. It's huge. The THA executive became involved with this subject to address the neighborhood concerns regarding the health and integrity of the pond after seeing massive amounts of excess and dead vegetation and thick algae on the water surface caused by a nutrient imbalance in the water. At times, the smell from the pond is overwhelming and a deterrent to being anywhere near the pond. Now, I noticed the mayor must have read my speech because my next sentence says, even the geese and other ducks avoid the pond due to the current lack of open water. Most of the summer, there was absolutely no open water in a 4-acre pond. Following up on this, 2 university students were asked to undertake a study of the pond during this past summer. Their report, entitled Aberdeen Stormwater Pond Site Assessment, is an excellent review of the situation and confirms that a nutrient overload combined with blockages at the 2 exit points in the pond to Georgian Bay are primarily the problem. Compounding the problem has been 2 summers in a row with record heat. If addressed with immediate action, the pond can be regenerated and become what we believe will be the centerpiece for the Tiffin neighborhood. The executive also formed a pond remediation committee under the chairmanship of Judy Kelly, who's just behind me, to examine what we might be done to improve the quality of the pond and establish that pond as a centerpiece of our community. Our recommendations and planned actions are as follows. Town of Midland to ensure pond exits to Georgian Bay are cleared and a program of annual maintenance be established to prevent a recurrence of this problem. At the present time, the grass surrounding half of the pond is cut regularly by you, the town. We are requesting that the town slowly extend the grass area to completely surround the pond, enabling pedestrians to circumnavigate the pond on relatively level ground that exists today, and it's maintained. We are talking here about a pedestrian walkway only. THA is prepared to pay for, in part, a number of improvements that will aesthetically improve the pond environment. Working with the town, we would like to see additional park benches spaced around the pond. We see 2 small solar-powered fountains to be purchased by the THA and installed and maintained by the town to create a positive visual enhancement. In this regard, we have been directed to visit Brookley, where fountains are installed and staff are familiar with their operation. In practical terms, the fountains would not be heavy-duty enough to provide increased aeration in the pond. The Pond Remediation Committee has met with and has received recommendations and quotes from pond experts whose mission is to restore precious water resources, such as this pond, through innovative algae and aquatic weed management, odor control, and, to use their terms, muck reduction. These are the issues that need neighborhood support and the town's input and financial support. We can only do so much on our own. We also think it's important that the town initiate an educational program designed to minimize the overuse of fertilizers, particularly in the areas above the pond, west from Taylor to William, and to actively review connections to the sewers flowing into the pond and correct problems associated with the flow of water into the pond and out into Georgian Bay. The main connection to the bay runs between 2 of our member homes on Aberdeen. Another area of concern relates to surface water that regularly pools on the street adjacent to the pond near the corner of Aberdeen and Taylor. This underground flow, which surfaces at this point, needs to be redirected into the pond, eliminating both a road hazard throughout the year and water not being treated by a proper functioning pond. Number 5, establish a maintenance schedule, including selective cutting back of the pond-sided vegetation. While Phragmite removal has been budgeted, I know, by the town, the excess vegetation is far greater than just Phragmites. 6, name the pond in memory of or in honor of some group or individual that would be worthy of the naming opportunity. 7, work with the town to investigate possible funding and donation sources to rehabilitate the pond, and THA is prepared to spend its own money. Interestingly enough, the Severn Sound Environmental Association has already been approached. Further discussions will take place with the executive director as they have expressed an interest in the rehab of such a neighborhood asset. The Provincial Wetland Conservation Program is another program that may be relevant to THA and the town of Midland and would provide funding for some of the things we are suggesting. Our third area of concern as a association is Community Neighborhood Watch. I think we all recognize that our community is changing and things are not as they were in the past. Homelessness, unemployment, and stretched social service budgets have created feelings of discomfort for those not immediately impacted by our changing world. The THA executive, again responding to members' concerns, is reactivating the Neighborhood Community Watch Program. In existence in the past during COVID, the program was abandoned as meetings and face-to-face dialogue was difficult, if not impossible. We now have a new Community Watch Committee chaired by John Porter. John, raise your hand. With representatives for each of our streets in the neighborhood. We have a new OPP liaison officer, and as of this meeting tonight, I'm hopeful that we will have the full support of the town of Midland. No financing asked for. While some of the old signs will remain, while some of the old signs still remain, we are planning on having 3 new signs erected as you enter the neighborhood from Pillsbury down the hill, from Yonge Street down to Aberdeen, where it intersects with Aberdeen, and at the northerly entrance to Tiffin opposite the Georgian Bay Food Network and the town's sewage treatment plant. Community safety needs to be a shared responsibility amongst the town, the OPP, and the residents. We are aware of a number of outstanding issues in our community with respect to personal and property safety, and we are hopeful with the Community Watch program, we can make some improvements and work more closely with the town and the OPP on enforcement. This will not be easy, but without enforcement, all the bylaws, regulations, and community pressure will not work. Together, we can continue to have a safe community. Do we have your support? In conclusion, I want to again thank the town for this opportunity to present the recommendations of the Tiffin Homeowners Association. While we represent the majority of the residents, we would be remiss to say that not everyone supports everything that we are recommending. In this connection, and with a smile on my face, I want to alert this council to an issue that I'm sure you will be hearing about. The issue is the town's decision to cancel the plowing of the waterfront trail in our neighborhood. I am aware of a group of residents that are not happy with this decision and are currently preparing a response to the town. THA has not taken a position on this matter, nor will it, given the reasons that have been shared with us. I raise the issue only to alert you at this time. We look forward to moving these projects ahead with your assistance and full support. I would be pleased to answer any of your questions. A number of our executive are in the audience and can answer to these issues as well. A copy of the student report has been left with the town clerk and is available also as an email or an electronic version. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Anyone have any specific questions or?
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Who wants to kick it off? Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Councillor. Councillor Major.
So you've priced out the bollards you want along your street? Because as a council, we looked at bollards up on Yonge Street for the bike lane, and the cost was astronomical. One, to put them in, there's a fee to put them in, to take them out in the fall, and even to buy them. To me, like, I couldn't justify having on the main bike route on Yonge Street, when we said no to it, I couldn't justify and look at my constituents and say, well, down Aberdeen's fine. Like, the price is astronomical, and it's put them in the spring and take them out in the fall. So I just want to know if you and your group have priced that out.
We haven't priced it out. I think it's a combination of things, though. The group went down to Midhurst where they could see them in action and were proving very effective in reducing the speed. That was the main purpose. Our issue is not so much the bollards. Our issue is to have some safe path for people to walk along Aberdeen. The issue of the bollards is an additional step, and it's one that certainly the homeowners association could not pay for, but a dedicated pedestrian bicycle path along Aberdeen is certainly a different cake. But I appreciate the issue of the budget, and no, that is not something we've costed out.
Go down to Councilor McDonald first.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and thank you for all the information. You certainly are a productive, hardworking association, and I appreciate your concerns with Midland.
Thank you.
The one topic or solution that was kind of referred to was this parking on both sides of the street. Is that something that the association would support? Parking just on one side? The reducing of the speed limit, I think there's a method of going through that we could visit. And I don't know about the three-way stop, but maybe a two-way. It's things that I think our staff have to look into. But I'm interested on the parking on one side of the street.
There was a time in my life when I had a full head of hair before Tiffin. The issue, it's interesting. It was one, we supplied all the members of the association with a list of possible solutions to the issue of not feeling safe on Aberdeen. And one of them was parking on one side of the street. It immediately became what side of the street? And 50% of the people that lived on that side didn't want it, and 50% who lived on the other side thought it was a great idea. That then led us to a second recommendation, which is actually used in Alliston, Ontario, or New Tecumseh, that for X number of months during the year, you can park on one side of the street, and then it reverts to parking on the other side of the street. It's a bureaucratic nightmare, and it is certainly not something that is easily enforced. But what's interesting to me, the 120 people that responded, they rejected it. I mean, they just didn't think it was appropriate. And I didn't think it was appropriate because it was one of those no-win situations with 50-50. Your second question or comment, I lost it.
I thank you for that clarification. Just referring to your other suggestions of reducing the speed signs and three-way stops. I think we would have to have staff look at those things. Additional signs around the bump and I think those are things that the staff can look at.
And we would welcome, and as I said in my presentation, the staff in operations painted the humps this summer. What a fantastic difference it made. The only thing that would be better, besides a higher bump, which we're not recommending, is that as you approach the 3 speed bumps, there's a warning. And most other places have a warning because people then start to brake. I mean, you have to come down to Aberdeen to see the speed, because when I leave Mum's Restaurant, as I said, I do not have to stop all the way to the town dock. And so I see every beautiful motorcycle because it's a great trip down from Mum's or a great trip up. So speed is the issue. And there are many things associated with the community safety zone, as you know, and you've dealt with it. That's not our issue. Our issue is purely speed in association with a senior population using Aberdeen to walk morning, noon, and night.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I guess it's hard to talk about speed cameras because we don't really know what's happening with them right now. But I guess my question, if in relation to that is why you don't want to be a community safety zone. You just mentioned that you don't want to. So I want to clarify that before I continue.
Predominantly, the issue was speed was the only issue we were specifically dealing with. And it deals with a lot more than just speed.
Okay.
And I think that's also the tie-in for us with a neighborhood community watch, because the moment the signs go up, there's a recognition that something different is happening. And there is a recognition that there would be enforcement. And those are the things that we think are more practical, more economically feasible in terms of us and the town, where we just didn't think we needed all of the encompassing community safety zones, and with particular opposition from some of our residents.
Okay, yeah, because just the current legislation allows us to put speed cameras in community safety zones. And I know there's very, I guess there's a lot of people on both sides of the argument of why they're good, why they're not, but everything that you are saying is great, reducing the speed, adding stop signs. We can do all that, but I think that you are aware that that's not going to stop people from speeding. It's nice. It will stop a lot of people but not everybody, because we're still getting people speeding, and as you see, they're avoiding the cameras. They're coming down to your street now. That's because the cameras work. They do force people to slow down. So if you were a community safety zone, and we are able to keep this, I mean, it's on the agenda to take off today, but that's at least why speed cameras help. And then they allow us to put money back into our community for these safety initiatives that you want on Aberdeen, like the bollards, because that can be funded directly from people speeding. So hopefully we're not aware of what's happening obviously with them, but I'm hoping that the province has a change of heart so we can do this. But I think lowering the speed limit and adding signs previous to the speed bumps, adding stop signs, I think all of those are within our realm and are reasonable. I just don't think it's going to solve every issue that you're having. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate how much work you've done and how you've come in here with a community aspect. I think that's really important, is that we want to work with people. We want to work with the community. That's why we're here. And for you to come in and say, we want to work with you, and how do we do that? I think that's really appreciated. I know by myself and probably everyone up here is we do want to work with you. I have gone around the neighborhood with a few residents, and the speed is an issue. I agree. And the pond we've talked about, I directed them to SSCA. So I'm glad that you've reached out to them. They are more of the experts than we are, obviously. So, but I think that everyone up here is open to that conversation and appreciates you coming in here and saying, let's work together. So thank you.
Thank you. Could I just comment that things have a way of coming together? So the community watch, all of a sudden the signs go up, and as you come down, there's only 3 entrances into our neighborhood. All of a sudden the sign is there saying you're entering a community watch. And I can guarantee that the residents of our association will be like hawks when we start to roll it out under John Porter. And we smile because we know the flagrant speeders. We know that blue Harley Davidson every day runs down the waterfront trail at 4 o'clock at full speed and scares everyone walking. It's illegal. It's ridiculous that the individual does it. We can't do anything until we can have some enforcement, but the enforcement really relates to being able to capture on camera the individual who does it every day with the license plate, and then be able to do it. I don't know how many people I don't think anyone is on our Facebook group, because you're not residents, but we have a private Facebook group. An individual last week took the liberty of taking a black spray can and sprayed out the lights, numbers 50 to numbers 55, 5 of the big, beautiful outdoor lights that come on at night. and sprayed them out with black paint. The call to the police, the call to the township, the town, relates to it's illegal, it's against regulation, it's inappropriate, but we don't know who did it. So that's why with the community watch, the safety issues on Aberdeen in terms of traffic safety, it all starts to come together, not in a malicious way, but in a manner in which we can have a safer community working with you. And again, I got to reinforce the fact that the residents were very clear in terms of what they wanted and what they thought they could, push the executive. And that's why I'm standing here today.
Thank you. And I'm glad to hear you have been talking to OPP because I think we share your frustration about the ability to enforce things. We don't have that either. So the OPP is definitely the avenue for that. And I'm glad that you have somebody that's receptive
just
to
starting.
hearing that.
Yeah.
And I hope that it goes well. And I'll join your Facebook group if you'll have me. And I hope that you get somewhere with the OPP because we share that frustration with the enforcement as well up here. I think every one of us. So
Thank you.
I'll go back to Councillor Major and then back to Councillor McDonald. Oh, and I skipped Councillor Merritt. It's the first time. Get you next.
So when I was on active transportation, we worked with the residents up on Cook Avenue. So we did get it down to 40 kilometers up there. It took a bit of work with the staff, but they got theirs down to 40 kilometers. Have you approached any of the staff to get one of the pole mounted that tells you what speed you're going?
Yes.
And
Mitch is here and could maybe comment, but this presentation tonight has been a long time.
no, the point I'm making is we worked with the residents up on
Yeah.
Cook Avenue, okay?
Yeah.
So one of the things we got up there, because you can read the data in it,
Yep.
was the thing on the pole. And then, like, I'm around town all day and you drive out Midland Point Road, and I made a comment to a person I was driving out there, like, why is a big problem about speeding? And he said, well, it's not like on Aberdeen, it's got to be some of the people that live on Aberdeen. It can't be just everyone from somewhere else. And that's what the guy told me at Midland Point. I said, like, I don't even speed out here. He says, no, you don't. But the people who live out here do. And then they complain about the speeding. Like, there's got to be somewhere along the line. Like, I get it now because I talked to a couple of guys that you are getting more traffic. But then maybe like putting one of those pole mounted things up, and then when they can read the data, and you got to work with us. You can't just come in and tell us, like, work with us. And maybe we did it up on Cook Avenue. We got the speed down to 40 kilometers. Like, that's the only thing I'm saying is you got to come in and kind of go, okay, what can the staff do? What can us as council do? And what can you guys do? It's not like just come in and say, this is what I want. Like, we got to at least work like we did with Cook Avenue. We got the job done.
I appreciate what you're saying. And what I was trying to say was we have been working with engineering and operations. That's where some of these recommendations came. That's where some of these recommendations were discarded because they weren't appropriate. And I can say the same thing about the pond, and I can say the same thing about the traffic safety. And yes, we had the automated speed equipment on Aberdeen a year ago or a year ago, and we have all that data. But I can also tell you that the white Mercedes is definitely one of our speeders and is definitely a resident, and she has been spoken to.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, and thank you, Mr. Allen, for your concerns with Aberdeen. So this is like a kind of a pre budget deliberation here. It's a good little, you have a lot of asks here. You know, of your 3 asks, traffic safety, neighborhood watch, on remediation, and you have a list of recommendations at each one. So, and there's a lot. So did you prioritize what you would like to see? Like, does the association say, okay, this is the most important? Could you prioritize that list for council?
I'm having trouble answering the question in the sense that this is the priority list from the residents as endorsed by the executive. If you were to ask me, could we go back again and prioritize, make it a priority ranking even further? Of course we can. But I think one of the issues has been and continues to be, behind the scenes, we are working with engineering. Behind the scenes, we are working with the town to try and get the best, you know, the best priority list in the time that's given. So as an example, the town has money in the budget for Phragmite removal in that pond. That's great. We need that. But Phragmites are such a small, minor component, and we would like to see that budget increased. So it's more than just that. The issue of the 2 drainage pipes into Georgian Bay from the pond being blocked, the town is well aware of it, and one has already been partially cleaned and the other hasn't. So I think we're moving ahead. And I think we're moving ahead with what, you know, we can in terms of budgeting. And there are a few things there that we would like to see added to your budget. But at the same time, I guess what I'm asking for is a mutual understanding. So for example, the Severn Environmental Association, the executive director was very pleased to hear that this just wasn't a small activity. This was a big pond and could be a community resource. And they would like to discuss it further with us, how they can be helpful. And how they can be helpful would be to do all the work. How they can be helpful would be supply funds. And all of that might mean that the town has no financial involvement with it. I should tell you that the executive of the Tiffin Homeowners Association authorized a X number of dollars for those fountains, for example. And it became very clear that there was a lack of understanding on the part of the professional engineers who wanted multi-$100,000 fountains. And the fountains that we saw that were very aesthetically pleasing and were very reasonable for the homeowners association to fund, as long as we could get some operating assistance to check them and keep them operating. And I think that's still my message to you. We're prepared to invest some of our own money, and we need assistance from the town doing the things that the town does best. And we paid for example, an honorarium to the 2 students to get this report. The mayor has a copy of the report. The clerk has a copy of the report. It is excellent in terms of a complete review of that pond, in terms of where it is at today. And a lot of the same issues that you as a town are facing in terms of Little Lake are the identical issues of the stormwater pond that we have, except we've got the biggest one in all of the Midland, Penetang area. I'm taking more than my 10 minutes, I know.
It's okay. When it's Q&A, that's where you get the extra time. So it buys you extra time. Do you have any follow-up?
Yeah, just a follow-up. So I guess my question would be to town staff. Okay, what is covered through town operations? What's in the budget? Okay, what is left over, and what are we at? What do you need for council's approval to, if we're going into budgets or so forth? So there was a lot of asks there. I don't know what the costs are. And Aberdeen is one street in Midland, and I'm sure there's other pockets that would love to have, you know, certain things done and so forth. So, so I guess the question would be going back to staff, if there's a staff report coming back to council on this, or what are we asking for council to do here? So if it's an approval of budget, is that what we're here for? Is because Mr. Allen and I will ask. I have a meeting with the SSCA on the end of the month, and I will get some more information on their part. And I know we and they're going to be coming to us for budget in November. And does that have any budget impacts on our share of our portion? So those are the kind of questions I need answers to. They're all valid, you know, concerns and so forth. But that's kind of what I'll be looking for. Thank you.
You've heard me talk about Aberdeen. When I say Aberdeen, I'm talking Aberdeen, Riverwalk, Taylor, and Davenport. It's the whole four, but I tend to use Aberdeen.
Through you, Mayor Gordon, Councilor Emeritus. So if I could, you know, just a few things that were spoken about there. We do annual maintenance and inspection programs for our ponds. It's a requirement of our environmental compliance approvals through the Ministry of Environment. We're doing that already. We have an obligation to make sure that the ponds are functioning and doing their job as a storm pond. A storm pond and an aesthetic piece for the neighborhood are two different things, right? So when we look at the operation of the pond, we can't confirm the pond is functioning as a storm pond should. It's doing what it's supposed to do. We did a clean out a few years ago on the South Forebay. Those are done typically in 10 to 15-year intervals, depending on maintenance. So these are the things we look at a regular basis. Same with the outfall. As was mentioned, we've struggled with beavers with this pond, and the outfall, it's on a routine schedule to be checked to make sure that it's functioning from that standpoint. As far as what's next, to your point, I guess it's up to the will of council. Do you want to direct us to look into further things? Because as of right now, the pond is functioning. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So if we want to do additional things, that's a service level enhancement, comes at a cost, comes with staff time and whatnot. So council could direct staff to look into it and see what we're doing. From a speed perspective, for traffic, we have had the radar sign out there multiple times. I was able to just quickly find the most recent report. We were out there in 2024, directly in front of the pond and Davenport Road. The 85th percentile speeds in the northbound direction was 40 kilometers an hour, and in the southbound direction, 49 kilometers an hour. And that's from an engineering perspective, the speed that we would take when we make our recommendations for speed limits or speeding concerns to be adjusted. So again, that's one point in time that we were out there. We would have to go further, probably monitor over a longer term is what we would recommend to do something. We have worked with them to get the line paint on the speed cushions this year. There are signage up at all speed cushions now. We have confirmed that the signage is regulation size for a standard road. There are larger versions that you can get, but those larger versions are typically on higher speed, higher classification roads. Same thing we dealt with the Howard Street stop sign, right? We could put a larger stop sign out there. It's just not standard. Things like that we can do. When we start talking bike lanes and closing parking, you know, those are much broader connection issues that you would expect to deal with through a transportation master plan. We are proposing through the budget this year for a transportation master plan update. I would recommend to the association to be a stakeholder in that, provide your comments in terms of bike lane connection, to see if that's something that could be done there. So there's a lot to unpack in all of this. And so from our standpoint, we've been doing traffic monitorings, we're not seeing glaring speed issues. Not to say there's not speeders. We have added the P gates to the trails to try to control the speed on the trail as well and the users on that. And the storm pond is functioning as it is, and we have an obligation to continue to monitor that storm pond. So I don't want to say it's perfect, but things are working. Obviously, if council would wish, we can look into things further and report back.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sobel. Yeah, so where I'm sitting at, I would take it back to your association where I feel comfortable is on your 3 bullet points there. Pick out your top priority and maybe, you know, contact staff about that. But to get that, that's a big wish list that you have there outside of the scope of what the town's already doing. For, you know, single, maybe phased in over years. I don't know. The next council could have a different viewpoint. I'm not sure. I'm just speaking for myself right now. And going into our last budget before the election year, you know, it's great that the association exists and the concerns are valid. But I would leave it at that. Thank you.
Donald.
I appreciate the chance. I neglected to ask one of my questions, and it's a simple reply. I think either you clarify it or Mr. Sobel. You mentioned the overuse of fertilizer. Is that overuse by the residents or by the town?
We don't know the answer to that. It came up in the study done this summer, and it's the overuse globally. In other words, everyone.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Allen, thanks. And the reason why I remember that part about the stinky pond and the birds not landing on it was because we had a beer and talked about that. And I remember. But I think one of the things you're referencing in Midhurst is pretty successful. I drive through it every time I go to county, and you got to go slow. They've put flexible bollards in the center line of the road that indicate the speed reduction through their school zone. So as you approach the school, and it doesn't really narrow the lane, but it's wide enough that, you know, you got to slow down. It's just, you can't pass 2 cars without, you know, driving around them. And those, of course, are 3 season because they got to come out in the winter. But I'm a big fan of those. I really am. And I'd love to see those any place we do sort of a wholesale speed reduction. You'll see them on Bayshore at Midland Avenue. And those ones we actually narrow the lane because we have just the standard bollards and the speed one in the middle. I think they're really effective at communicating speed limits and speed changes. These are all things that are contemplated already in our traffic calming policy. But I think we recognize that, you know, that's a living document. We need to update it because it doesn't really take into account really arterial roads and collectors. They were kind of excluded from the policy. It was more focusing on residential streets. And what we're seeing now is clearly evidence of speeding on our arterial and collectors. And, you know, Aberdeen is a collector, a lower class collector than some of the other collectors in our community. But as we found out last winter in the plowing schedules, but the reality is that we need to take a continued look at that traffic calming policy and see what roads in our community, and I can think of a few just on complaints from residents over the past 3 years, that would be great candidates for these screw-in bollards, just to put in the road to remind people of the speeds. Just quickly on your community safety zone, there's really no baggage attached with that. All it really does is it doubles the fine. So that's the incentive. So if you had a police officer doing radar in that zone, which, you know, that's harder to do, but I will give OPP some credit. I don't know if I've been shaming them or just calling it out more in relation to all the debate around cameras, but they have been spending more time proactively doing radar in town. And I told them, make sure you get caught doing it. So they've been putting press releases out accordingly. So I think if the police were to do some radar in their enforcement, us creating a community safety zone there would add some extra teeth because it would lower the fine. That's really all it's going to do. So the addition of some bollards in the center line of your road, which would still allow for parking on each side, except probably directly, you know, beside that, because it will narrow the road ever so slightly, may be effective. And as you probably followed this council and other councils, we can put stop signs wherever we want, regardless of whether it meets the warrants and staff advice. We'll stop a stop sign anywhere, you know, if it makes sense to us. So I think those kind of asks, while they do have a minor budget ask, you know, stop signs are not free, but, you know, they don't really raise your taxes significantly. And we've put them in other places. It could qualify. I think we just want to probably get some fresh data on that road and have it monitored for a bit longer period of time. And that might mean putting one of our speed signs and turning it off. Like it's not visibly showing you that it's on, and it's just sitting there passively collecting data without people seeing the sign. It is more effective when it's on, but our objective would be to gather evidence. And if there is a speeding issue that's more than an outlier or that one Mercedes or this guy with the Harley goes on the trail, so he gets through the P gate somehow, let's deal with those one-offs. And, if most of your community is driving safely, then the addition of a few $100s of floppy plastic in the middle, just reminding people that it's 50, or if we made the choice to go 40, that's the speed limit. It may have some impact. So those ones aren't tremendously large asks. The other ones, obviously dealing with the pond, there's budget. And I appreciate the fact that your association is willing to chip in on that. So that's something that worth exploring. The key is you need a counselor champion to bring that forward as a service level change. And then for that counselor to be successful in pitching the rest of council to keep it in the list of things for budget. That will be a lot easier at the next budget, not this one, honestly. And we had this conversation. This is the going into election year budget. I mean, every year we try and be frugal and extra tight on tax increases, but the ones going to election years, quite frankly, are the ones that generate the most scrutiny from people that want to return. And then there's generally a bit of a high that happens after the election, and that is the budget historically where a lot more things get approved because everyone just freshly was elected and a month later they're into budget. So that's just kind of human nature. But I'm just thinking for some of these bigger things that may take more time and involvement, it would probably be worth engaging with staff between now. It's probably not going to happen in this budget cycle. We're too close to it. And I've already seen drafts and it's still giving me the willies. We got work to do on this thing. I'd struggle with any major spend on this budget cycle. So we'll try and, to Councilor Meredith's point, if speeding on your street is as big a deal as it is in the rest of Midland, because it's the #1 complaint we get as councilors, then the review of our traffic calming policy that allows us to pay more attention to these arterial and collector roads that aren't contemplated well right now would certainly allow us to include your road for either stop signs or these bollards in the middle, reduced speed zone, or a community safety zone, or all of the above. And that could have a material impact on people's feeling of safety as they walk with their dogs or just with themselves. If cars aren't zooming by them at 50, quite frankly, the evidence is there, except in the Premier's head that, if you get by a car doing 40, your survivability is, very high. If you get hit by a car doing 50, it drops significantly down to below 50%. So, simple things like slowing people down, whether it's an active device like a speed hump, speed bump, speed cushion, bollards, something physical, or something that's a bit more not in your face, like speed cameras, which seem to be proving effective, but have drawn the ire of our Premier. That's where we can probably help you out easiest with the least budgetary impact, just in my opinion. The stormwater management pond is going to be a bigger fish to fry, especially if the answer isn't as simple as putting in a couple of decorative solar pumps, to spray water. That's not going to cut the mustard, and there needs to be these other scientific treatments involved. That's a bigger conversation. What else notes I have on here? Yeah, that's about it. And I was thinking the P gates that we installed on a trail, I was having a little sidebar with Mr. Sobel about that. If I look at the kind of infrastructure that Tiny and Tay have put in on their trails, well, it's all our trails connect, but theirs are, I would be really impressed if a Harley Davidson could get through the Tiny or the Tay gates. But I can see how you could probably, if you're a good rider, squiggle through the P gates. Our P gates were installed, as I was refreshed, from very vigorous lobbying by our then local active transportation group. We don't have that anymore. We have a seat with the county one. They're a little more liberal with the county, and I think they understand some of these. Oh, our active transportation. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking accessibility. Who was it? Active transportation or accessibility that weighed in on the P gates? Oh, okay. I was going to throw the accessibility guys under the bus, but anyway, the long and short of it was there was quite a lobby to install what we got. So,
Mr. Mayor, can I just comment that the P gates are very controversial, as we all know, but the P gates were never closed all summer long. It took until October the 1st to close the gates, which in my mind and our residents' minds made no sense. We had them, the snow was gone, people got out on their bikes, got out walking, And so that Harley I referred to with a smile on my face, had no trouble all summer long. October 1st comes, most people put their Harleys away. That's when the P gates were closed.
Okay, so that mirrors my experiences because when I ride my e-bike on that trail, I have come across the gates open several times and pinged staff about it. And usually it's a contractor was in fixing that, whatever. There's a bunch of different reasons why I've been told, but we got to be more diligent about getting those gates locked up when the guys are done, whether it's staff emptying garbages or fixing a light fixture or whatever. So maybe this community watch, this would be my final thing. I fully support community watch, and there's no budget for community watch. That's all you guys. And when you get the program ready to launch, I'd love to hear you come back here and tell the whole community how you're implementing community watch. What does it mean? If I was a nefarious, up to no gooder, and I decided to go in your community and what would be different about my experience in your community than, on where I live up by the hospital in Dominion? What is the impact of community watch other than putting some signs up saying there's community watch? I know the answer to that, or I knew how it used to run from a policing perspective, but I'd love to hear how you're going to implement it. And I think the whole community would benefit from that, as you'll find pockets of other neighborhoods that would probably like to follow suit. So let's not finish the conversation on that. Fill your boots. If you need a new sign pumped in there or screwed onto the existing pole, easy peasy. Just let me know about it. We can coordinate that with staff. But the P gate thing, when you have community watch up, if you guys would help us police that trail, if you notice those gates are open and there's nobody, no yellow work truck with a blinking light and some guy fixing a crack or whatever, if that isn't happening and those gates are open, we'll need you to drop a dime, well, more than a dime now, and let the town know. Because we need to make sure that those gates are closed. They're, to your point, completely ineffective. And I have found them open on several occasions. There was a valid reason each time, but if I'm finding them on my infrequent rides down your trail, then I'm sure it's happening more often. So that's a good takeaway, and Mr. Tobel's hearing that. Man, I rambled on there. It was a big presentation. Councilor Patel, you got something?
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Allen, for coming in. Just to kind of give you some good news that speed cameras will be coming off, and there will be less vehicles traveling on Aberdeen. And I'm shocked to hear that a Harley's actually riding on the trail. Is that 100% true?
It is 100% true, and it's not just a Harley. I have a motorcycle license, and I understand those that are doing it. It's all the smaller motorcycles, and they use the trail regularly to go from the town dock all the way through to Y Heritage at a considerable rate of speed because it's great. You're going along the waterfront. And what it does to the pedestrians, you don't want to see it. But it's not just that Harley, it is a lot of motor powered, not e-bikes, bigger than e-bikes. It's a great route for some people to take.
Just to follow up, yeah, that Harley should not be on the trail. So that's highly illegal. And I think we might have to get the OPP involved in that. And regarding your wish list, it's quite large. And it's something that, council could consider, but it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the Midland residents to provide a wish list that big for a small pocket of town. So not to disrespect you, but we have to look at the overall town.
I appreciate it.
And, fix some of your concerns. Not all. When you were listing all those concerns, one thing crossed my mind, it's a joke, but 3 gates would have been the cheapest option to alleviate all the pressure that you guys are under, which are at the 2 corners of Aberdeen and from Yonge. But that's from a joke point of view, but it's quite large, the wish list, and we'll try our best to mitigate all the issues we have. Thank you.
Councilor Ball.
Thank you. I guess just going back to the motorcycles and the gates not being closed, service at midland.ca is an email that tracks things that come through, complaints, concerns, and it alerts staff that these things are happening. So if you are putting in emails when this happens, they're going to get a direct like notification to come and see if the gates are open, et cetera. Faster way to alleviate some of these issues, as well as gives us tracking data to then, I know Mayor Gordon sits on the OPP board, like this is an illegal thing. So if this is something that's happening, then we have data to give to OPP that this is how many times this has happened. But if we don't have that data and we don't have, we're not going to be able to fix anything. So I'd suggest that if you are seeing this, service@midland.ca actually tracks it and staff get the notification, and it's more instant to be able to fix some of these problems.
Thank you.
If anybody's up that time of the morning and wants to be stealthy, take a video of this person, and it would be fantastic. If we got the license plate, even be better. Because we struggle because the OBP won't police the trail, not for love or money. We just know that. I mean, they would, if they were chasing a murder suspect or something, they would, but proactively, they're not doing Highway Traffic Act enforcement on that trail. And unfortunately, our bylaw officers have no authority. We can't even give them the authority to conduct a stop and demand ID, and there's just no replacement for good old policing. And unfortunately, it's not something we can accomplish on the trail. So we have to look at physical barriers, speed bumps. I don't know, something. If we're not plowing it in the winter, it probably wouldn't matter to put speed bumps on and get those recycled tire ones. They're a real pain, and they'll slow down everything, including the, what do they call them? The spandex crew. That I know some people really don't like the cyclists that go whizzing by at 100 miles an hour, no bell or anything. But there's mechanical things that we can probably do. But I just want to set the, the expectation bar at the right level for police enforcement. They're not going to do impaireds or anything on that trail for us, or speeding. Just realistically, they're not. All right, well, there we go. There's the longest 10-minute deputation of the night.
Thank you.
Win the prize for that. Thank you very much. And please pass along to your members. Hopefully they can watch this and hear the conversation. But I appreciate the fact that, you're bringing a whole collective group together. You've done all the bashing through the issues and the potential solutions, and you brought this filtered list to us rather than just a one-on-one ask. So that there's power in these associations, and quite frankly, they make it a little easier to deal with group issues, because for the most part, you have, most people buying into most of the suggestions, which is exactly the kind of thing we try and do up here. All right. Moving along. Oh, on this, yeah, on the podium. So we have, I've got to find myself on them. Yep, 16 local or committee board delegation memos. We have none. Next, we are moving on to section 17, reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda for council's consideration. We pre-pulled this fire service feasibility study just in anticipation of some conversation around it. And it ties in quite nicely to our new fire chief. So if it's not, spoiler alert, we're not Marion Penetang Fire. But anyway, this study is here to be discussed if council wants to ask any questions or make any comments. A few of us, Deputy Mayor, myself, and Councillor Emeritus were on this committee, and there was earnest effort by both municipalities. It was not lip service. It wasn't preconsidered outcomes. It was real work, and the Lumex group were involved in that. So maybe what I'll do is I'll let our fire chief speak to it as he led the meetings, and perhaps can walk us through here, including, I guess, the recommendation that is we're being asked to pass tonight. Option 4, the language in the report is a little misleading to separate into individual fire services. Just to be fair and clear, we never amalgamated into one, so there is no separation. The only thing we've clearly chosen to do is go with a full-time fire chief exclusive to Midland and cease that shared fire chief model. So although the language will say in what we, will be reading and adopting later, I believe, as the separate the fire services, just to be clear in that language, we're not actually separating. We never came together. That would have been one of the other options on here that clearly we're not opting for. So I'll pass it over to the fire chief maybe to give a high-level summary, and then any council can weigh in, and then we'll call the question, and don't need to beat this dead horse here.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you know, we entered into a feasibility study in 2024. That budget was approved. It was a joint project. We looked at 4 options. We developed an executive committee to overlook to make sure that the consultants followed the mandate that we put forward. An RFP was put out. We looked at 4 options: a separate fire service, a status quo, just a partial amalgamation, which was only senior staff, or a full going back to independent fire departments. The consultant spoke with stakeholders and did their investigations and made some recommendations. At the end of the day, it comes down to level of service. And the level of service that the town of Midland is currently enjoying is different than what the level of service that the town of Penetang has. The options were put forward and it would increase the level of service. The choice was to stay with the level of services in each municipality, which were different. And that's why going back to separate fire service is what the recommendation is, which is number 4. I don't know how much deeper you want me to go, but I'll answer any questions if there is any.
That's pretty much it at a high level. And full disclosure, I went into this exercise and had been pushing for us to do it because I truly believe that the merging of our fire services was a no-brainer. Like we've been sharing a chief all this time. Why don't we just put a ring on it and just make it official? Hall 1, Hall 2, you know? However, when you start to do the analysis, it became really evident that there was a real, the scales were not equal. And just slamming the 2 departments together and the complications around an all volunteer versus a composite department like we have in Midland, 10 to 12-minute response times, 14, 15-minute response times in Penetang Machine versus our couple minutes, sometimes it's 90 seconds, radically different levels of service. And, clearly the cost to achieve our level of service in Penetang Machine could be staggering. And so we pretty much realized at the end of this exercise that if it wasn't immediately obvious beforehand that there could be significant cost increases, staffing level things are going to have to change in Penetang Machine at some point. They can carry on with their all volunteer for now, but for how long? Nobody could answer that question for me, but it sure didn't seem like, when we get the risk assessments and, we keep getting the recommendation that we need to have more staff so that we can hit our mandatory benchmarks. I have no idea what's going to happen with our neighbors when those same requirements are put on them and they have to move to a composite department and maybe even reapproach amalgamation or merging the services at that point. But for now, it just didn't make sense. What did it work out to? Like 25, they'd be getting our level of service for like 28 cents on the dollar, which is an amazing deal for Penetang Machine. Not a great one for Midland ratepayers. But again, all of the sort of naive assumptions that I'll admit to making initially that, hey, this is a no-brainer. These things need to go together. Knowing that it is the most complicated department to try and merge. If we were to look more at a broader amalgamation of our 2 municipalities, the fire service is definitely the hardest one to deal with because of the labor issues and the unions and the full-time versus volunteer. Any other department, procurement, finance, councils, anything really could go together very easily if there is a will to amalgamate our service delivery umbrella over our 2 municipalities, which wasn't, by the way, in scope. This is just me talking more broadly. But this was the hardest one to put in. This is the square peg in the round hole. So option 4, which is before us tonight, and we've already actually we kind of actioned it already with our recruiting process, and we're happy. I'm sorry, Penetang Machine, we stole your fire chief, but we're really happy with our fire chief now and wish them the best in their recruiting. But now clearly was not the time to put a ring on it. So it's that's where we are with it, and it was not a waste of effort. It wasn't a waste of consultant money. It wasn't a waste of time. I certainly didn't feel that way. I learned an awful lot, and my mind is changed, you know, that just it made perfect sense to bring these things together, even if it was going to take a little bit of hammer and chisel to do it. It didn't make sense, you know, when you do the final analysis. So that's a good reason why you rely on consultants and not just politicians. Or at least you have to have politicians that can have their minds changed. So anyway, Councilor Meredith sat through all of those. Have you anything you wanted to add about the exercise?
I think pretty much, Mayor Gordon, thank you, through you. To the rest of the council, I guess, yeah, Mayor Gordon pretty much summarized it all. I would add that this feasibility study, the report that you have in front of you, probably didn't read it in its entirety, but it's a great report on understanding the fire service that we have and Penatangs as well. But if you really want to understand it, the way it operates, the response times and so forth, it's a great tool to have. Because I know probably, you know, with most reports we skim through, we pick out the meat, and if we have any questions, we answer them. But take some time to read this report. It's really good. Thank you.
Councilor East.
For your worship, I just wanted to thank Chief Renault and welcome him to Midland again.
He didn't check his email yet. He just found out when we were talking. That's okay. I didn't know either this afternoon. We were in another meeting. Anyway. Anybody else? Oh, Councilor Patel.
So I just want to end it off. Thank you, Your Worship. With great service comes great cost. So we have a higher level of service, so there's a higher level of cost. So this is what Midland's doing, and I'm proud of it. Thank you.
All right, that's it for the conversation on it. I need a mover and a seconder for this. So moved by Councilor East, seconded by Councilor Ball. The staff report CSR 2025-097 Fire Service Feasibility Study dated October 15, 2025 be received, and that council approve Fire Service Feasibility Study option 4, return to a separate individual fire service as indicated below. Again, council, that's the language. It's in here. You got to use it, but you know what it means. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All right, next is, here's a juicy one for Mr. Sobel, 17.2. I'm not going to read the motion just yet, other than to say it's wordy and lengthy, and I'll read it when we get it on the floor. Mr. Sobel, perhaps you can give us the nuts and bolts of our USIF update and the funding Headworks project funding shell game that you're proposing. Not nefariously, just out of necessity.
Yeah, thanks, Margaret. And I'll start with there's no game here. So basically the update is we have completed the design of the Headworks project. We've tendered the project. We have a preferred bidder, and ultimately we're ready to award. The challenge is what the budget we have remaining is insufficient to meet what we need for the project. So in the report, you'll see the existing budget remaining is just over 15 million. When we consider what we need to complete the project properly, we need 18.3 million. So we need a budget increase of just over 3 million total for this Headworks project. And so what we're proposing to do is to keep the money that we have within the HUSIF grant, which is 73% funded through the province, 27% funded by the town, to keep that number the same as a whole. So we have the ability within the grant to change that money, to move it around to which projects are needed. And so that's exactly what we're doing here. So the next largest project, if you look at table 3 within the report, you'll see the 3 main projects that are broken down there, which is the East Pressure Zone, the Headworks upgrade, and then the septic receiving. The East Pressure Zone is the largest one, budgeted at $26 million. Headworks was at 15,295, and then the septic receiving, which was recently added at $5 million. Those are the numbers that were included in the grant, and so that was what was included in our budget. There were some significant assumptions that had to be made at the time of the grant for those, and so there was some level of uncertainty with them. So we're proposing to reallocate 3 million from the East Pressure Zone project to the Headworks project, and the reason that we believe we can do that is the design of the East Pressure Zone project is in its early stages, and we're able to direct that design in a way that we can maximize it to that value. That project's going to include a new tower, a booster station, and then the linear works from the wells and then extending out towards Highway 93. So we can just work with the limits of that project to the funds that we have available. So ultimately, what we're proposing here today is no ultimate budget change, just a budget reallocation within the currently approved use of funding.
Lovely. Council Meredith.
Do you know? What do you want me to say? I mean, I could say no, but I'm not. One question I have, so you're reallocating funds from the east pressure zone, is that correct? To the,
Yeah, correct.
so what happens on the east pressure zone? Like, I'm assuming that at some point you're gonna come back and that's gonna be a budgetary item down the road, because we're taking funds from the east pressure zone that needed these upgrades?
So the east pressure zone, so that's the new tower and booster station that needs to go out near the Highway 12 PUC property. So we'll know more as we get to the finalized detailed design. But because we're early in the design stage, we can guide that design and the limits of that project based on this remaining budget. So we'll try to budget to $23 million and control the consultants from that perspective versus saying they have $26 million.
All right. Counselor, anybody else? Now, creative, I appreciate that. Because, I mean, I get it's capital and it's coming from these reserves that are rate-based, but still, it matters when we do the budget and we set those rates that you're finding creative ways to get this project moving forward without, you know, a pretty material hit to the old tax base or the rate base. So thank you. Good work on that for you and your team. Counselor Ball.
Yeah, I was just going to echo great work, because when I was reading this, my eyes were popping out of my head at a $3 million increase. So that's great. Reallocation, using the funds responsibly. Appreciate that you have always been creative in doing that. So kudos to you.
All right, who would like to move this one? Counselor East, seconded by Counselor Meredith. The staff report CSR 2025-103 Housing Enabled Water System Fund HUSIF Update Headworks Project dated October 15, 2025 be received, and that one, council increase the 2025 capital budget allocation for WWTC Headworks Upgrade Project by $3,078,063, and the council approve the reallocation of funds from the 2025 capital budget for the new East Pressure Zone to 2025 capital budget for wastewater treatment center Headworks Upgrade Project, both projects being under the same umbrella of the HUSIF 1 grant. And I think there may be a minor typo in this number 3 here, that the total budget for the wastewater treatment center Headworks Upgrades Project be increased by that same $3,078,063 for a total budget of $18,373,842, 73% of which funded by the HUSIF grant and 27% town funded. Is that right? Not 23% as written?
You're correct. Yeah, it should be 27.
Lovely. All right, so council all in favor? Any opposed? Carried. All righty, next we're doing the snow removal bylaw. And, oh wait, no, sorry, now I'm getting ahead of myself here. Notices of motion. I have one. That the town of Midland repeal any and all of its taxi licensing bylaws and discontinue. Oop. What, did I miss another report that was pulled?
There's actually 2 reports left.
There are 2 reports. That's right, because we approved those polls after. This is what happened when I use my screen instead of my notes. So it is the snow removal bylaw? Yeah, that's why I should be looking at the paper, not the screen, right? There we go. The staff report CSR 2025-094 new snow removal bylaw dated October 15, 2025 be received, and that one, that the implementing bylaw as shown in attachment 1 be passed and enacted. I need a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor. Moved by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Major. Okay, who pulled this one? Councillor Major, have at her.
All right, so last winter was probably a winter of, for the last 5 years, that was the most snow. And I'm reading that report. I just can't justify our good bylaw staff going to the same house every time it snows because somebody put snow on somebody's lawn. Like, I think our staff's got more important jobs to do around town. We'll go, because I don't think there's a lot, but I got a few phone calls and it's the same ones all the time. And I don't know if anyone was up on Cook Boulevard last winter as much as me, but the putting down about snow on the boulevard, like who cares? Because Cook Boulevard, if you look at the way the houses were attached or built up there, you have absolutely no place for snow. You got a half a postage stamp in the front lawn. You can't get it beside the house. You can't get it in the backyard. And even on some of the older streets, you know what? If the odd time a guy gets some snow on the boulevard, I think staff's got more important things to do than run around and police two neighbors that fight over a bit of snow on the boulevard.
Funny, because we talked about the same thing earlier. So,
Yeah, through the chair, the intent in this updated bylaw is that the old bylaw is virtually unenforceable. There's a maximum of 3 definitions with one provision, or sorry, one prohibition of not depositing on a highway. So that's kind of the main reason this is coming forward, is to modernize this bylaw so it's actually enforceable somewhat. As far as the new spot is the private versus private property. That was something that was added because we received quite a lot of snow removal calls that were of that nature last year. And without any provision within the bylaw, there was nothing we could do for the caller and the complainant, and told them that it had to be a civil matter. I'm sure you know as well as I do, that's not something someone wants to hear. So this is just something that we thought of as a department to include into the new bylaw. But if council does not wish to move forward with that section, we can certainly remove that and bring forward an updated bylaw at a later date.
Well, the only thing is there going to be an amount like this? Every second snow, you're going up to the same place. Like, yeah, they make a decision up there, do something, or because I can't justify staff going to the same 5 neighbors that don't get along. Like, that's just a waste of staff's time, because I know you guys are busy, you got a lot of other stuff to do, and they go to the same house, the same guys complaining. Like, enough's enough. If you can tell me that after the second time you can get it resolved, that's fine. But to go back and forth, it's like someone's got to go to the penalty box up there, and I don't know how you're going to figure it out. But it just, staff time is too important to go to the same places.
Through the chair, that's unfortunately, that's kind of the nature of the business that we're in bylaw enforcement. Is we typically deal with neighbor disputes. Whether there's a bylaw contravention there or not, it's up to our determination when we do our investigation. But that's kind of why we're out there, and those are the typical complaints that we're going to get. Is probably going to be a neighbor versus neighbor complaint. We would deal with that. This is mainly going to be, especially if we have the amount of snow we did last year, this is not going to be a bylaw where we're going out and charging people left, right, and center. This is going to be more of an educational aspect. We might give people 1, 2, 3 chances before we ever do charge someone. But unless it's something that's extremely severe, where they've left a 4-foot pile of snow in the middle of the road and a car runs into it, maybe we lay a charge on a first instance there. But typically it's going to be trying to essentially play the middleman, if you will, between the 2 neighbors and trying to come to a resolution so that they don't continue to do it throughout the winter time.
But there's got to be a line in the snow, like enough, you're not going back up. That's all. The only point I'm making is if it's the same 4 or 5 places and you're going every time it snows, then that's taking you away from doing your job the other things you got, like either go up, make a decision whether to get them straightened up, or I don't know. I just don't follow doing that all the time.
Fair enough. I think you got it. You heard you. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify on your comment of making this enforceable. So currently ours is not enforceable by penalty for these complaints.
As I said, sorry, through the chair, the current bylaw, the 2009 bylaw right now only has a provision that says people can't deposit, place, or permit the cause to be placed or permitted snow from private property upon any highway or sidewalk within the town in such a manner as to obstruct traffic or the view of traffic or obstruct in any way the movement of the town's snow clearing equipment. Everything else, so if someone buries a fire hydrant, someone puts it on another person's property, typically we get that with a lot of contractors where they'll push the snow back out onto the roads. That's obviously easily able to be dealt with. But any of those other offenses that are now in this draft bylaw, we would not be able to help people out. So if a fire hydrant's buried, there's nothing we can do about that at this point.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just meaning are we enforcing that right now though? Is that something that we've enforced in this?
Through the chair, periodically, yes, we have. But as far as taking any legal action against anybody, it's very tough to do based on the wording that we have in this current bylaw. It's very basic. There's hardly any meat to the current bylaw right now. So I would typically shy away from laying any charges under this bylaw, knowing that we'll most likely never win in court.
Okay. I think I think I've made a few comments to the fire chief as well about these neighborly disputes that Councillor Major is referring to. It is a waste of time. So I'm more on the side of we do lay charges for this type of stuff because it's a waste of taxpayers' money to continue to go out for neighbor disputes. So, but you're saying that we're not, that's not the intention. Are we ever going to do that?
Through the chair, I think every bylaw in a sense is an educational education first, at least, or trying to gain compliance without having to issue any charges. Obviously, if it escalates where it's a repeat offender, or they're just not cooperative, they refuse to remove the snow, then yeah, we have those options of laying a charge if we need to. But as I said, every bylaw you want to try and gain compliance without having to do that. So that would be the main goal for our department.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I don't want to just go around giving people tickets, but there is a point where you're wasting taxpayers' money and that should be coming out of your pocket. So thank you for updating it.
Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So when I was reading through this bylaw, and I was just like, going through it, and it's just a can of worms that I don't even want to have to deal with. I mean, if we had the snowfall like we did last year, or even half of that, we're going to be charging every resident in the town of Midland. We're building high density homes with nowhere to put the snow. So, when I look at this permit, depositing snow to obstruct, where is it here? To obstruct the drains, the sewer drains, right? Like when you're plowing your driveway or blowing snow on your driveway, you're blowing it over onto a bank, and in high density, you're probably hitting your neighbor's driveway. So I don't know what you want residents to do like we're in a snow belt here, and I personally didn't get any complaints last year. I could probably support the neighborly thing, be more of that part of the bylaw to get rid of that interaction, but everything else to put if someone shovels some snow on the side of the road, which typically they do from their driveway, the mount on the driveway, they push it in the direction of the plow, then you're going to come over there and find them for it. So, well, where are you supposed to put it? That's heavy snow that the plow pushes in your driveway, let's say. Most of that snow, unless you have a good snow blower, You can't remove it. So you push it to the side. You know, where there's fire hydrants too. You know, we have operations staff that go and do that, but last year we put a call out to residents. You know, if you see a fire hydrant, you got the time, you know, get your snow blower, and then we're all working together. So, I mean, if we're gonna build these residents that are basically, you know, 4 feet apart from each other, I don't know how we can come along and start charging people for, you know, putting the snow, not deliberately on the road, but eventually the bank, your driveway bank's gonna jet out into the road a little bit. And the plow's gonna push it back in your driveway, and then you're gonna push it back out to get out. So I don't know what you, I don't have the answer for this, but definitely not in favor of of starting to ticket these people where they don't have anywhere to put the snow. And not only that, I mean, if we do get a snowfall like last year, you can't even get people to come over to take it away, even if you had a chance, because they're so busy doing their routes. So the town of Midland had issues clearing the snow, the banks, cutting them back, obviously because of the snow load we got in such a short amount of time. So I can't support this the way it is. And I don't care to get the phone calls that I'm going to get, and when we start ticketing, you know, basically, you know, 60, 70, 80% of our residents in the town of Midland. So, and I understand you're saying you're not going to go out there and ticket, but the bylaw is written up. So the new guy coming in can say, hey, there's the bylaw. And we're witnessing that with overnight parking in our parking lots, which I've never heard of it before, but there's an issue there. So, and it's being enforced. So I've had complaints about that. So this, if we pass this, it'll stick. And the new person coming in, whenever that be, maybe you're going to be lenient, maybe you're not. I don't know. But the new person comes in, reads that bylaw, let's start handing out tickets. So I'm not in favor of this the way it is. We can adjust it to have, you know, that neighborly back and forth. I can get behind that, but the rest of it I can't. Thank you.
Through the chair, if council wishes, we can certainly review and come back with a different bylaw. I just need some sort of direction on what council would like to see within the bylaw. These sections here are quite common in the modern day and age with all municipalities. So if you wish to make some changes to this, we can certainly take that back and bring it back on the November 5th date, if council wishes to do that.
Yeah, and just to comment on that, like, I get that this may work for most municipalities, but every municipality has a little bit of, you know, the weather coming in is maybe we're in snowbelt south of us. Barrie doesn't get as much as we do. I don't know, but we're coming off of Georgian Bay, those snow squalls. So we are kind of in a different kind of category, and we can kind of compare to other municipalities but have a common sense approach and say, yeah, that's not going to work here, or this is, right? So, but again, you know, I'm not, as I said, I didn't get calls last year of any complaints, other than the town, you know, the intersections, you know, of the banks were so high that it was dangerous. But hey, that's, you know, we were strapped, right? So our ops team was working crazy amount of hours to get this town as safe as possible. So hopefully that doesn't continue. But again, if we get half of that, then it's still a lot of snow. So, you know, my only recommendation right now is that neighborly, you know, dumping your snow on your neighbor's property, that thing with the stern warning, and then a fine. I don't know how you prove that, but that could be another can of worms. So, but that would be my only recommendation right now.
Council, just before we carry on, we're hitting the 10 o'clock time. I need to get this motion passed so we can continue this meeting. So if I can, move by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor Patel, the council pursuant to section 6.2 E of Procedure Bylaw 2022-2. Council agrees to remain in session past 10 PM in order to deal with the remaining items included on the agenda. Not a lovely motion, but Councillor McDonald, I expect you won't be voting for it. But all those in favor? Very good. Oh my gosh, we got Councillor McDonald. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't even call opposed. I broke with normal form. Sorry. All right, there we are. We're allowed again to continue communicating. So Councillor Ball and then Councillor Patel.
Thank you. I think that Councilor Meredith made some good points about the fact that it is written in there. So I would like to see what you're saying is that we're giving warnings written in. You cannot write that in?
Through the chair, that's not something you can put in a bylaw that we would give a warning before charging. That's just something that you leave up to an officer discretion call. It's a prohibitive bylaw. It's not permissive. So all you can put in these bylaws is the prohibitions that you would like to see, but you can't, like, policies and procedure wise, you can't put that into a bylaw.
Can we put it into something else, a policy or procedure internally? So that there is something that if, heaven forbid, that you are leaving, that, like Councilor Meredith is saying, if somebody else is picking this up and doesn't have the same direction as you or us feel, I think that's a good point. And that's definitely not where I was thinking about it. So I'm glad he brought that up, because I don't want to go around ticketing people. That's exactly what we keep talking about, is we want to give people warnings first. But if that's not something we're able to write into the bylaw, is that an internal process that we can follow? And you are the experts on that, so.
Through the chair, at this point, we don't have a municipal law enforcement policy and procedure, something I plan on working on.
Okay.
However, I would caution that we don't want to strap enforcement officers by having to do one thing because the policy says so. I think you want to still allow the officer to have that discretion that they're supposed to have based on the Police Services Act, and I forget what the new act is that we're under. But you still want to allow those officers to have that discretion, because every call is unique, every instance is unique. So it just depends on how people react, how they cooperate or they don't cooperate. But I would try to steer away from mandating that you have to give a warning before you charge someone under a certain bylaw. That's not something that I've typically seen in any municipality. There's certainly guidelines.
Yes, I wouldn't necessarily say mandate. I would say it's a preferred course of action.
Yeah, and through the chair, like, that can just be, if that's a direction of council, that can be just simply relayed back down to staff. If council wishes that, hey, we want to do a warning before anything, then that would be something that I would direct our staff via enforcement of this bylaw. If at all possible, provide a warning, whether it's written or verbal. We can do both. And then if it continues to happen, then that's typically where we would lay a charge.
I think that Councilor Meredith also brought up another issue that I've spoken to Mr. Farquharson about a few times, is that these high density houses, we need to work on a bylaw and work on updating those before they're built so that we have more driveway space in our bylaw. I know we've, somewhere to actually put the snow if you have to have a larger driveway. There's other issues like visitor parking, places to put snow. Those are not in our bylaws right now for when people come and build in our municipality. And I think that's a bigger issue in itself, is that that's the place to start. I think is we need to have this in place before we're approving all these high density projects, because the high density projects do not work for a snow belt like us, because there isn't anywhere to put the snow. So that's something unrelated, but is related with this. So it is something I haven't given direction officially, but I've had offhand conversations about how we need to progress with that. So maybe if it's something that we need to do with the direction from council of all of us approving it, I think there are more and more high density houses coming in, and like Councilor Meredith is correct. My concern is with parking on the road, blocking emergency vehicles, but the snow removal issue also comes with that, and even our snowplows being able to get down there. So just food for thought, I guess.
Just when I go to Councilor McDonald, or perhaps if there's things you want removed from this draft bylaw, you could identify the section numbers. We can discuss that, or we can just send the whole thing back, but I don't think we've given enough clarity around what parts of this bylaw, you're wanting removed. So maybe spend some time marking those numbers down and we can have a list. Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. When I first read the bylaw, it didn't ring any warning signs to me, but listening to my fellow councilors and talking about the high density and no place for the snow, I can appreciate that we don't want to become referees of neighbors arguing on that situation. I need clarification, please, on 4.7, where it says only one notice of order per calendar year. What's the notice of order like? Could you clarify that for me?
So through the chair, this section is actually also in our clean yards bylaw as well. So this essentially means that if you are found contravening this bylaw, this is more or less so we don't have to continually send out notices or orders every single contravention for the same property. You get one warning, you get a written notice or an order, and we don't have to issue another written notice or order, say to have operations go and remove the snow that's been put back on our roads. It's just we go and deal with it without notice, because as a property owner, you've already been given notice that you can't do this or that. So it's not that we're just going to keep repeating ourselves and giving these people chances, especially if it's put onto the road or a sidewalk when it becomes a major safety issue. We can at least have our staff go and remove it without having to provide a second or third or fourth notice to the same person.
Clarification, with that notice of or order, is the penalty assigned then? Or would you give, is there a warning that you're going to get an order? That's what I'm not clear on.
So through the chair, the process for this, I'll just go from the start. So the process would be, we would receive a complaint from a resident that snow, I'll just use the example that snow has been deposited from the driveway back out onto the road, and they've left a massive pile in the middle of our road. Our staff would then go to that address, attempt to talk to the property owner, and advise them verbally that they can't do this and they need to remove the snow forthwith. We can double down, and we can also send this written notice or an order telling them or compelling that property owner to remove that snow. Going forward, if we, a month later get another call for the same address and they've done the same thing, based on this, we would not have to provide that secondary notice or an order. We essentially go, we confirm that it's been put back out on the road again, and then we would have contractors or our operations staff go and remove the snow, and then the cost of removing that snow would be then billed back to that property owner. Or we could also lay a charge or do both.
Thank you. And in regards to the mayor's comment, I think that we need to revisit the portion where we were defending the neighbors' accusations of he did this and I didn't do that sort of thing. I think if it's in the bylaw, then you pretty well have to use it. So maybe we could revisit that on a little friendlier basis.
Councilor Patel?
Thank you, Worship, through you. So I agree with Councilor Major, Councilor Emeritus, but I would go a step beyond. This is nature, this is snow. Town of Midland does not take the snow off end of the driveway like the city of Mississauga has decided to this year. Where is the resident supposed to put the snow? So mistakes will happen, and we're policing nature. And I don't agree with that. because generally people try to do the best job they possibly can and not intervene with someone else's life or someone else's property or the town's property. So I don't agree with policing any of the snow. That should be just left the way it is, because if we have a bylaw, then we have to visit. It's like Councillor McDonald said, we shouldn't be getting into he said, she said, because if a neighbor doesn't like a neighbor, even a drop of snow, if the chute's not angled right before they change the direction of the chute so it stays on their property, they're gonna call the town, and we have the bylaw. So we are obliged to visit and fulfill that obligation that we have the bylaw for. So I would say we don't get involved in the business of snow, just like Mayor said, we shouldn't get involved in the business of taxi licensing. So this is the same thing. This is nature, and it only comes around. And what happened last year, I would say once every couple of decades, I would say, not even 10. I've been in Midland for 20 years, and that was probably the second worst winter of my life here. So I think we're reacting too quickly to something what happened last year. If this was a normal thing, happened 4 or 5 times, 4 or 5 seasons in a row, then we have to make changes, just like hockey. If a coach doesn't work after a third season, then time to move on. So just look at it from that perspective and go from there. I respect what Mr. Kennedy's trying to do. He's trying to, enforce a duty that he's assigned to, but I think we're trying to police nature, and that's a very difficult thing to do. Thank you.
Just for clarity, Councillor Bertello, if you look on page 11, where it lists the items, there's a short form wording. Let's just look at that, make life simple. Are you suggesting that, we allow people to put snow on our property and in the middle of the roads and we just snow is snow? That's kind of what you were saying a minute ago, but then you're talking about the neighbor on neighbor, which is number 5. So to suggest that we just don't have bylaws for snow and people can pile it where they want, plug up, handicap parking spaces, they can put it on top of fire hydrants, they can plow it in the middle of the road and just leave it wherever they want because snow fell. I think I doubt you're actually saying that, but that's what I was interpreting from what you said. That's not what you meant, right? Okay, so is it number 5 specifically that you take exception to, and that's the addition of this one to deposit, permit, or aid in the depositing of snow or ice onto private property owned by another individual or entity? Number 5. Is that the one, Councillor Meritus and Councillor Ball, that you're taking exception to, that you'd like to see stripped from this? Or are there other, if we use that page as a reference, are there other ones that you'd like to see gone?
My concern wasn't about stripping any of them. It's more just how we are enforcing them with warnings. Because as Councillor Meredith said, there's nothing written in this, and I guess legally not allowed to write in. And that would come with the policy and procedures after, which I'm not sure when that would come, but I would feel more comfortable knowing that when somebody's coming into a municipality, they're enforcing things in a way that council is thinking of it when we actually approve this. Like, we're thinking people are going to get warnings, but Councillor Meredith is correct. If they come in and just start enforcing that, there isn't anything we can do about it because we've approved it based on the assumption that we are giving warnings, but that might not necessarily be the case.
Correct, because it's law enforcement ultimately has a discretion. Politicians can't direct law enforcement at all. And we give direction that you're not going to follow our bylaw and you're going to give everyone a warning. Like, we can't do that. It's up to the bylaw enforcement officer, just as it is a police officer with any other offense that they police. So that would be an unrealistic expectation on Mr. Kennedy and his team. But that's not our role. We make something legal or illegal, and that's how it gets enforced is completely out of your hands unless you become a enforcement officer. Mr. Kennedy, did you want to add anything on this?
Yeah, through the chair, I think back to Councillor Patel's comment in regards to like a little morsel of snow going onto another neighbor's property. I would suggest that probably would not be actioned whatsoever. We may attend because of the complaint, we'd have to go. But if we see that it's just like, a little ball of snow that's been like this, we'd probably just say that that's not something that we're going to be enforcing. We have the discretion on whether or not to enforce the bylaw at all times. To the other point, I will give a little bit of stat. Last season, we received 69 snow removal complaints. Out of those, we laid one charge, which was on the second offense within the span of 2 weeks. Everybody else was simply cautioned, and we never had an issue from the caution. So that's the stats from last winter, and that was a pretty bad winter. You know, I would say a lot out of the 69 complaints that we got, I would roughly say at least half of them were because of neighbor versus neighbor, where we simply told people there's no prohibition against it and it's a civil issue between the neighbors. You guys got to figure it out yourselves.
Also, perhaps that gives some assurance, Councillor Ball, that they're not legalistically enforcing the letter of the law and using discretion, which is about all we can ask them to do. Councillor Major?
So exactly, if neighbor gets neighbor and you have to charge, what is the charge?
Through the chair, I think Mayor Gordon just said that item 5 within the fees, or sorry, not the fees and charges, the set fine table. That's what the charge would be, is depositing snow onto someone else. Essentially, layman's terms, you're depositing snow onto someone else's property.
All right, so just $300.
Yeah.
And he's good to go. That's the only thing I just, it's like twice and then going back to the same place 5 times. There's no way. Twice and it's $300, take a lap. Because it's just waste of staff's time if you go the same 2 guys over and over and over. Like, as long as you go up there the second or third time and just charge them, that's fine with me. Then you're done up there or wherever.
If through the chair, I think that would probably be a normal practice anyway. If we have to go back multiple times and the same person's doing the same thing, they're more than likely going to be charged after we've already cautioned and given them notice and given them an order. That would be the next step in enforcement to do that. However, based on what I'm hearing from council, it doesn't sound like we want to get into the business of the private versus private. So I'm more than happy to remove that section in charge and bring the updated bylaw back in a couple weeks, if that's what we wish. But that's kind of what I'm hearing based on what council said so far.
Okay, and just a caution to council, we're talking about people's residences. This would also apply to commercial. But right now, you got people plowing snow onto each other's commercial property. There won't be an offense for it if it's not in here. So, I mean, let's not get lost in the minutia about a micro yard. Like this bylaw applies to anybody's private property, even if it's a bush lot. Councilor Meredith?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gordon. That's the only thing I liked in the bylaw. I didn't ask for it to be removed. That's the only thing. I don't know if I didn't say it correctly, but that's the only thing I liked. I mean, pushing snow into the middle of the street, yeah, no. Pushing snow into the side of the street, or if your snow blower is going and it happens to be a grate there and you know, you're blowing snow, like, yeah, no, right? Like, so the only, and I don't know what the original bylaw, like, we really asked, when you do these reports, give us the original bylaw and highlight the changes in yellow for the new ones, right? So can we going forward, Mr. Farquharson is going to say it's there in front of you somewhere. Probably.
No,
Okay,
your work.
thank you.
This is essentially almost a new bylaw. The old bylaw was 3 pages, if that. And like Mr. Kennedy said, it only had a couple of definitions. So it was very, very short. So this is practically a brand new bylaw. Thank you.
And this is where I get concerned, right? So over the years, and your data showed, I think you said 69 complaints or something like that last year. Yeah, look at the snow we had last year. What was it? And we probably don't have the data. 2 years from now, or prior to, do we have that data on the complaints? The only thing I like in here, other than, you know, obviously you can't put it in the middle of your intersection. The only one I did like was your neighbors, right? You can't dump it on your neighbors. So I don't know how that got mixed up here. So I want that one to stick. And then we could work on the other ones, but I don't think we're gonna hash this out tonight. It's 10:17. We got a lot more to discuss.
I was going to
So-
suggest we table the motion.
So maybe we just revisit this and maybe have some consultation with staff, you know, in a sidebar or at a different time, a meeting or something like that. So that's what I would suggest right now. But try to get it done before, right? Of course, you know, the season hits, right? So the winter season. So thank you.
So refer it to staff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Councilor Padel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a feeling to Mr. Meritus, Councilor Meritus. I think if we revisit, we're gonna be in the same thing again. I would say leave it as is. If we're gonna vote on it, I would pass it because like Mr. Kennedy said, there was 69 calls on a year like last year, which is not a lot of calls. And 69 is not a lot of calls. Just, it was regarding the snow. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I would say 69 calls over a winter time is quite significant. The year prior to that, we had 10.
What I meant is 69 is not a lot of staff time for visiting. So to having this bylaw and enforcing it, 69 calls is fair to have this bylaw in place, I would say. If we had 3,000 calls, then I was like, well, you know, it's too much because people are just making calls to the bylaw for no apparent reason and just are making calls because they don't like their neighbor. But I could live with this entire bylaw based on the 69 calls, which is not a great amount of staff time. Right. So I can live with that, is what I'm saying. Because if we revisit it, we're gonna be probably gonna be in the same situation again. So let's vote on it, I say. Thank you.
Councilor Major.
Yeah, I can live with the bylaw once you've more or less said that a couple of times that neighbors and then they jump in the box and pay $300 to get out. That's fine with me, but that's the only one I was concerned about. If you're going back to the same places and I'm repeating myself, which I shouldn't, but if it's 2 or 3 times and it's $300 to get out, perfect with me, and leave the rest of it alone.
Oh, do we call the question? All right, so do I need to read it, or this is to approve the bylaw as it stands, unedited? And we can always mess with it later. If we have a terrible experience over the winter, we can always change the bylaw next year if we want, but. Okay, so all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5, sure. All right. There we go. I think staff have heard the concerns though, especially around the propensity to maybe lean towards education and warnings. But we leave that in your hands. Some people don't get warnings. They get the enforcement. Opposed, yes. Here we are. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Yeah. We'll see how it fares. I believe in our bylaw department. It actually does things compared to our old one bylaw department. So, and if we're not getting complaints, they're not doing their job, quite frankly. So it always concerned me that I never used to get complaints about bylaw. I know why now. And anyway, they're doing their job. So exactly. All right. Next, moving along here, we got the financial report. I'm going to guess Councillor Meritus. Oh, you got your speaker on? Oh, getting hacked. Yeah, need to put the tinfoil hat back on. All right, CSR 2025-100. You can tell it's after 10. Financial report. This is going to get funnier as the night goes. A financial report as of August 31st, 2025. And we'll throw this on the floor before we get going. Who wants to motion? Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Major. Staff report CSR 2025-100 financial report as of August 31st, 2025, dated October 15th, 2025 be received, and one, that the recommended changes to the capital program be approved, and that the capital project funding reallocations identified in attachment 2 be approved. Take just a stab in the dark. Yeah. Yeah, Bueller, anyone? I think you did.
Get late. Through you, Mayor Gordon, I pulled this report regarding the transfer of funds from our Highway 90 to reallocate the funds from Highway 93 location to the town location. I'm just trying to look at the wording here. There it is. Page 5. Yeah, that's it. Yep. I'm just trying to find it here. It's 10.4. Okay, here it is. Yeah, so I would like this to come back to budget. I would like the funds to go back into the tax stabilization reserve. Put this in your 2026 budget for approval for council.
Okay, so I think, Madam CEO, you have some insight into what you planned on repurposing these funds for involving the downstairs, if I'm thinking of the right repurposing. Okay, let her rip.
Through your worship to Councillor Meredith. Yes, so we have funds right now that are allocated to the annex lands and the buildings there. With the change in ownership or potential or upcoming change in ownership with the provider there, we have the extra funds, and we do have a need at Town Hall to build out the downstairs area so that we can fit more people in the downstairs area. So in particular, the HR area. So it was just to put some of the funds, and 100,000 was the transfer, but we would only use what was required and build out that area so that we could have additional workspace for everyone. So it wouldn't be anything fancy. We wouldn't be, we're being very fiscally responsible. It would be, it is very late, so trying to think of what to call them, cubicles. So it would just be cubicles and the desks within there. So it is nothing fancy, but it is just to get, to build that area out so that finance does have some privacy when they're talking, but also we have an extra space there for someone to sit.
You said finance, but I think you meant HR. Yeah, and there's ducting, you know, because otherwise finance is thinking they're getting moved to the basement. And I believe from my tour, there's ducting involved too, because the air conditioning unit does not blow into that space. There's no duct. So, because I'd question, you know, why this much money? Can't we just, cubicles can't be that much? And there was there AC ducting and heating too as well, right?
Through your worship, we have actually looked at it, or Mr. Sobel's team has looked, as well as procurement, to try to find sort of the most efficient way to do it. So we would have the cubicles that wouldn't go up to the ceiling so that there would be airflow. So we don't have to do any of the reallocations. We anticipate it'll be a lot less than this 100,000. It's just we asked to reallocate those funds. Again, we would only use what we require. And I know that Ms. Cruson is looking at sort of the most cost-effective way to do it and the quickest way to do it without moving any of the airflow or systems that exist today.
Well, that's good to know because that was going to burn a lot of money. So, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I actually fully support what Councilor Meredith is saying. I think that we put the chief here through the ringer for 2 straight years in budget trying to get office space. So I think that's only fair that we're doing that with every department and we're being transparent to the taxpayers that this is exactly how much the project's going to cost. We're literally a month from budget. There's no reason why this should be allocated in that way. I agree. It should be coming as a budget ask, and whatever we have left over is I mean, I'm assuming you've budgeted this out if you know it's going to be below $100,000. So I don't know what the other amount of money is allocated to, but I agree this should be in budget, and that $100,000 we can decide where it goes based on the projects that need to be, like we do every year with everything else. So.
Okay, so that would be an amendment effectively to redirect that $100,000 into the tax stabilization reserve, or we can play with it as needed in the upcoming budget. Is that an amendment that is going to hit the floor, Council? I'm planting seeds here. Councilor Meredith?
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I just had some follow-up questions on the property. Are there any staff members in that property right now up on Highway 12? There are staff members? Because I don't, I remember, I think this was in the 2022 budget or 2020, I think it was a 2022, that there's quite a significant amount of money that was budgeted up there for renovations. And I'm not sure how much money is left over, and what's, I'm looking at the capital program, but you know, I can't actually, Jazz Patel told me to do this and it works. There we go. So anyways, that's one thing this is good for. I don't think anything else this thing does for me it's good for. Yeah. So I'm sorry if I'm poking someone in
If I
at
could
home,
just
but
jump in there, Mayor Gordon.
but thank you. I'm just wondering if there's any other funds that are still remaining from the projects not done up at the Highway 12 building.
Through you, Mayor Gordon, Councilor Meredith. To answer your first part of the question, yes, one of the buildings is still occupied by the engineering department. They're up there. It's kind of the rear old operations building from NT Power. The main 2-story building is fully leased out to NT Power right now. And if I'm correct, back in 2022, there was over $200,000 of money approved for the renovations of the main 2-story building. And that was when we became aware that NT Power had essentially gutted the 2nd story. And we were in the beginning of the negotiations with them to have them restore it back. It was looking like there was a time that they wouldn't do that. And now we're working forward and they're going to make those repairs necessary. So no money, to my knowledge, has been spent out of that original 200,000 that was budgeted. Yeah, nothing's been spent.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I would put the motion to or however we want to do it to reallocate it to the 2026 budget ask, put it in your budget ask. And from what I gather through the mayor's budget, that he knows where we're at right now and there's some work to do. So, and he's looking at me like, yeah, I'm not going to be happy. But yeah, I'm not happy. So I think the $100,000 should go back into the reserves, and we may have to use that, and you may not get HR might not get their wish at the 2026 budget. So you got to tighten up for 2026. That's the message right now. Thank you.
And actually, this is just a receive for information report anyway. So, I mean, we can verbally give direction. I don't think we need a motion around it. And the funds will simply go into that reserve and they won't proceed with procurement for the renos. Is that reasonable? You don't need direction beyond the yik yak we have here? Okay, fair enough. Any other matters on this information report?
So we're not rewording the motion. We're just going to deny this. Oh, just a report. Okay.
All right, any other questions, council? Receiving this report for information. All right, so do I need to reread it? Motion, we good? Receiving for information? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right, moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the committee of the whole rise and report. No, see, I'm following the paper when I should be following the screen now. Oh, Deputy Mayor, see, I don't normally do this part of the meeting, so I just sit here and exist. Now we are at the notices of motion section, and yes, I do have a couple, but does anybody else? Notices of motion. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I do have a notice of motion, but I just wanted to clarify on that last one. Do we need to put in a request for those funds to be reallocated then? They're just hearing us and doing it? Because I feel like that doesn't always happen when we say it out loud. So are we officially doing this?
Through your worship, we are, we will actually be putting it back to the sustainable capital levy reserve, which is, because it can't go back to a tax reserve, but
So then we do need to put it in to redirect it to that?
no, we will just go back and do it. So we won't be using it for any of the renovations. So we've heard council and that should be sufficient.
Not in the tax. Okay, thank you. So yes, I do have a notice of a motion though. Sorry. Just wanted to make sure we didn't pass that one. Just going back to our snow removal comment and the high density housing. I want to make it official, our, I guess, offhand conversations about investigating the town's planning and building bylaws to ensure that high density builds don't impede livability or safety. And that specifically revolves around parking and investigating other municipalities and their bylaws that have adequate parking. I know Mr. Farquharson, we've talked about this previously, so my wording is going to be wordsmith by Sherry, but I know you know the direction of where I'm looking to go. Thank you.
All right, that'll be discussed at our next meeting in 3 weeks or 2 weeks. So 3 weeks. Let's not rush things. So between now and then, if you want to just finesse the wording, make sure you're happy that it meets the spirit
Oh,
of.
Sherry's already on it.
Yeah.
She just said, you say it and I'll do it better.
All right.
She's the expert.
She's a machine. All right, then I've got one, council, that the town of Midland repeal any and all of its taxi licensing bylaws and discontinue licensing related activities effective immediately. This is one of those ones where if you want to deal with it tonight, 2/3 majority, we deal with it tonight. Otherwise, we deal with it in 3 weeks. Council Emeritus.
I thought we were voting on a 2/3 vote. Is that, I'm for that, if we could deal with it tonight.
Madam Clerk had her spider senses tingling and has this prepared for us. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Emeritus. The council suspend the rules of procedure and allow for a new motion, the one I just read, to be considered and discussed under section 17, motions for which notice was given in a few minutes as we move through the agenda. We need 2/3 vote to consider that tonight, council. And again, I have to caution myself. This is a tool we have. We should not be using routinely because it doesn't give the community any heads up or any chance to weigh in. The news can't report about it. Nobody can give comment on Facebook or whatever. Because we're just gonna, I popped this on you tonight and we're gonna make the decision tonight. We shouldn't normally do that. However, we can do it. We have done it. And I sense that there's an appetite to deal with this one tonight rather than let it linger. So that being said, we need a 2/3. So all in favor? Setting aside the rules of procedure so we can deal with the notice of motion I just read in about repealing the taxi bylaw. We need 2/3 people to agree to deal with it tonight. Otherwise, it comes back in 3 weeks. So all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're there. Carried. And on those opposed? 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 Abstaining? All right. Thank you. All right, do we need a bio break? Or do you want to just pound through here? Okay, bio break is 10:38. Let's come back at 10:45. So a quickie, and let's make it a real 10:45. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are now at, I got to trust my papers or trust my screen. General announcements. We're at general announcements. It's time for announcements. Who's got an announcement? Well, that comes after. Announcements. Anybody got an announcement? I want to say an announcement then. I don't have it written tonight, but we made just under $50,000, so like 48 something, from the second annual Mayor's Charity Golf Tournament, which is Council's charity golf tournament. And incredible. Like year two is way bigger than year one, and every penny of that will be redistributed through our community grants committee, which is probably the toughest committee council sits on, right? Making those decisions. But you got more money to give away next spring, committee. So I just wanted to thank all of the businesses and our sponsors. Many of them were developers, right? They're good partners to us. You know, they obviously want to build things in a community. We want them to build things in our community, and they also, well, most of us want them to build things in our community, but they stepped up year after year, and they become big sponsors as well. So that's really nice to see, because there's a lot of these golf tournaments, and there's always a lot of hands out, people asking for gifts for the silent auction and whatnot. And there's amazing, worthy other golf tournaments in our town that raise money as well. So we kind of have that captive audience in our developers that normally wouldn't contribute to like the CLH or the other golf tournaments. So I'm really thankful that we have those relationships and that they see the value in contributing to community grants. So a great thank you to Brookley and for a wonderful meal and for hosting, and thanks to the weather maker, because man, it was a gorgeous day. So that's my little plug. And then set your calendars for next year's golf tournament. The date is September 11th, if I remember correctly. September 11th next year. So mark that down on your calendar, and we look forward to hosting the third annual. Councillor. Yep, go ahead, Councillor Major next.
So yesterday at 5 o'clock, I went down to the library. They had the consultants we hired for tourism in Midland, and it was open house. Anyone could go. You fill out a bunch of things. But anyways, I did my interview with one of the guys, and that company is right on. They came up. The guy that I end up talking to, he'd been in Midland in the summer, he'd been in Midland in the spring, he'd been on the bike trails, been to the museum, been to Fort Ste. Marie. I could go on and on and on, but at least when he showed up, he didn't just roll into Midland, maybe drive up and down the main street and go to Dino's for lunch. Like, he did his due diligence, did a good job. And I think by the time all the other counselors do theirs online and whatever the staff's doing, that company's going to do an outstanding job for the town of Midland, really help us on our way to get tourism better. That's it.
Amen. I did mine. It was an hour. It was amazing. Councillor Ball.
The Midland BIA is having the mini monster march on October 25th, 11 to 1. So trick or treating in the downtown. I know that's probably the busiest I ever see the downtown is during that event. So it's a great event, and I look forward to it.
Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Is there going to be spooky sounds coming from the speakers?
I don't know, Councillor Meredith, is there?
Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Worship. These energy strips are working really well. That's an announcement. Just wanted to echo your comments you made about the community grants. We hit 50 grand, and we're hoping to grow that next year with more businesses joining and participating in a donation or sponsorship, whatever avenue they like to approach. And through that community grant, just to highlight a point, one of the recipient was the Indian community that was able to celebrate the Navratri this year, which is in its 5th year, and the numbers are growing, and the demand is growing as well, and more people through this community grant are attending from outside of Midland, and they like the area, and they're, they want to move to Midland. So the community grant, I wanted to say, is it's a growth mechanism in for the not just helping the charities, but the community as well. Thank you.
Everybody's invited to those parties too, by the way. And it's probably worth it just to see my getup that I wear and to try and watch me try and garbage dance. Right? That's probably worth the price of admission right there. Anybody else got one? Nope. All right. Number 20, motion to close the committee of the whole and resume to council session. Moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor McDonald, the committee of the whole, rise and report. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. This is where I would normally say thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I get to start talking again. Motion moved by Councillor Meritus, seconded by Councillor Patel, that the recommendations of the committee of the whole for the meeting. Oh, no. We got to do the committee of the whole before we can do that one. Back to the screen. Right, you think I just got here. So motions for which notice was given. We've got 22.1 moved by Councillor Meritus, and I need a seconder for that one. Oh no, I was supposed to do that last. I was on track. Sorry, just before we do that, moved by Councillor Meritus, second by Councillor Patel, the recommendation of the committee of the whole for the meeting of October 15th, 2025 be adopted as resolutions of council. All those in favor? Any opposed? Very good. Trust the papers, trust the papers. Next is the motions for which notice was given, moved by Councillor Meritus, seconded by Councillor East. That at the request of a private resident, council agree to pay for the full development charges, which include the town, county, and education development charges relating to the construction of a 4th rental unit at 518/520 Elizabeth Street in the amount of $17,307.49, and that this amount be paid from the council initiatives reserve. Take it away, Councillor Meritus.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. So this one is a unique situation by a longtime resident from the area, town of Midland. So this property is unique because, or this request is unique, and unlike and I wouldn't be bringing this up unless I felt strongly about this. It is directly attached. The driveways are actually attached to the guest house shelter, which the owner, Miss Lavin, long story short, has it's a rental property, which had prior its history, it had a residence in the back, a duplex in the back, and a commercial in the front. It was the last one was it was a laundromat, and then prior to that was a hair salon. And the latter business, which is the laundromat, had she had to basically close because of the negative effects that the neighboring property had on her business, which her investment of well over $100,000 which she cannot recoup, and she has since been in contact with staff in saying, and I believe the Mayor Gordon as well, in prior conversations on what she could do with her property. And the notion was because of some changes in dwellings and the amount of dwellings you can have in your space, she was she got information from the town that she could put more dwellings in there. So the one thing that came to a surprise is so she wanted to convert her laundromat to 2 residential units. And then these residential units, and the reason why she has had to go this route is, and many of fellow councilors know the situation. And it is late, and I'm probably missing a few things. But the reason why she's having issues and this request is coming through is because she could only now lease out her property to a certain specific tenant. Normal rental tenants will not stay in her property. She's had several in the last year. The last one just moved in somewhere in mid early summer, and within 2 months gave her notice to vacate. So she works with CMHA, Canadian Mental Health Association, and when she was going to, she has another property just down the road from it, which houses Canadian Mental Health Association patients. And she went to the CMHA and said, "What do you need?" And brought her to her space when she found out she could put additional dwellings in her unit. There is a need for housing for Canadian for CMHA patients, and so she brought her over to her unit and said, 2 bachelor units would be great, right? So that's what she moved to do. The problem was later on when she went to get permits from the town and so forth. The 4th unit triggered DC charges, and this is what we're here for today. So the DC charges were an amount of about $17,000, which not to her doing, that she wanted to go this route, but there's no choice. And she's doing a huge service to the community by catering to CMHA and giving having another space for their patients, basically a 4th bed. Should this not go through, she would probably leave the unit vacant, because in order to pay over $17,000, she would need 20 years to pay that, to break even on that property. And that's not including the taxes and the maintenance and so forth on it. So it would be well over 2 decades before she even broke even. So what I'm asking for my fellow councilors today is approving her this 4th unit, and waiving the DC charges, and I would probably not use the word waive, because we cannot waive DC charges, but it would come out of our councilor budget, which we had sufficient enough funds there. We've had councilors here that don't go to AMO or any other training. Thank you. Which amounts to about $5,000 a year. So we had past councilors that are no longer with us that didn't use these funds. So there's well over $50,000 in our councilor budget, just by my numbers. I would also like to add that this unit, there's 2 addresses to this unit. It's 518 and 520. So with the units being separate, 2 separate addresses on her MPAC statements, there's 2 separate addresses. That wouldn't even trigger DC charges, because it's 2 units per address. So in my opinion, this shouldn't even been come to council, or it shouldn't have been a problem. She should have been able to add an additional 2 units to the front commercial unit, which is now residential. So the need for this space for CMHA is crucial for them. Miss Lavin did send staff a letter from Miss Brittany Bolt of CMHA. She had some great words to say, you know, and the need of for her housing CMHA patients. And I quote, her buildings have become some of the most positive and supportive housing units in the area, and her involvement does not stop at the lease signing. Christie actively engages with tenants and support workers, participating in collaborative meetings and offering ongoing assistance to ensure long-term success for our tenants. The potential loss of Christie's contribution would be a significant setback for our community. Her efforts are not only reducing homelessness, but also promoting rehabilitation, recovery, and dignity for individuals who are working hard to rebuild their lives. It kind of sums it up, what Christie provides for our community, and to not pass this would, you know, we would leave one more patient on the street. So I ask you for your support in passing this, and then and I thank you.
You don't hear from me. I was going to go last. Working on rebuttals. Okay, well, I think before we get into a funding source, oh, sure, finance has comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, a funding source comment, approximately $90,000 of the council initiative reserve balance is committed to be used in 2025 already. So 50,000 for economic development was approved to support the EDCNS or Route 93 request. And the $40,000 is for the the community grant program. So we have $12,340 in the council initiative reserve. And 2,000 is committed to the HHH.
Sorry, can you clarify about the Route 93 initiative? Because from my understanding, when we approved that, it was from the economic development. We were approving economic development funds. So, and I believe that Councilor Emeritus is speaking specifically about our training budgets. Unused by some people.
Through your worship to Councillor Ball. Yes, so in 2024, council approved setting aside $50,000 of the budget for future economic development initiatives, and that went into the council initiatives reserve. Then in the 25 budget, we approved using that $50,000 to reduce the effect of EDCNS's request on the tax rate. So they requested 87,500. We funded 50 of the request from that reserve.
Yeah, sorry, I know what you're talking about. I'm just confused about the funding source, I guess, because when we approved it with the $50,000, I didn't believe that was a council initiative. I thought we earmarked that money from the fund that it was being requested from, which was not the council initiative. You'd have to let me know what the original funding source that was coming out of, because they hadn't asked to us before for ED&S specifically. And we said, no, we're going to put that towards economic development, but that funding source would not have come from a council initiative budget, because that would have come from the original source of when we would pay into EDCNS. So that's where my confusion is. I'm following you on everything that we approved. I'm aware of that. But can you clarify that? Because that's my understanding, was that it's going to come from the original funding source that it was being requested from.
Through you, your worship, pardon me, to Councillor Ball. As far as I'm aware, EDCNS or economic development prior to that was funded from the tax rate. We don't have an economic development specifically titled reserve. So,
I didn't hear you. What fund did you say it is normally funded from?
it would have been funded from the tax rate prior to the decision to set aside and pause the funding.
Yes, and I thought that's where it came from,
Mhm.
that we didn't give it to EDCNS, but we just earmarked it towards future initiatives, but it was still coming out of the same rate. This is news to me that it came out of a council initiative. I don't believe that was ever put forward. The only directive we had was that it wasn't going to them specifically, but it was going to a fund for future use, not that it was coming out of our budget.
I see. Okay. I would have to go back to the minutes from our budget deliberation meetings to confirm that for you, but I'd be happy to confirm that and look into it.
Sure, thank you. Really that doesn't have, I guess, anything to do with this, but because I think the training budget is specifically is what Councilor Meredith is saying, right? So that would be a separate thing, but I would like to have a follow-up on that. Thank you.
Okay, well, regardless of which reserve, it's still tax money. So basically the ask is that we use taxpayer money to basically bonus this private for-profit landlord. So bottom line is we're not in the subsidized housing business, as council knows. That's the county. They get money from the province. They put their housing retention plans and all of their many, many different programs they have, and they administer that. That's where rebates come from the county, but you have to qualify for them, and a for-profit landlord doesn't. So basically there's, from what I understand, unless things have changed, the rent doesn't qualify as being affordable by any imagination, although the people whom will be renting it are, a subset or a segment or a demographic who, are precariously housed. The rents that the CMHA will be paying don't trigger any DC forgiveness from provincial or county level. So that's the information we got when we had our meeting with the county, with Councillor Meredith and Mina. So if they did, if they were affordable rents, or if the landlord opted to sign up to a program committing to affordability, I think it's for 20 years or 25 years, there's a whole bunch of things that get unlocked from the county, including rent subsidy. So, the end result is the bill to the landlord or to the tenant's organization would be full pop or a discounted rate. So it triggered the discount and the county could make up the difference. There's a whole slew of methods available to landlords that want to, follow the process and have rates that are deemed affordable that trigger the forgiveness from the province and the county. Where these things happen, they don't happen at the lower tier municipality. The bottom line is whether it's whatever reserve is, it's tax money that funds that, as we all know. We debate that ad nauseum every time. So anytime we dip into tax money to pay for something or to gift it, in this case, that is something we need to call it out for what it is. So we don't subsidize housing units at all, and we certainly don't for profit landlords. In this particular case, this for-profit landlord that has more than one building could leave it at 3 units and not trigger DCs. That would mean there'd be less revenue coming in. And one could argue, yes, there's one less person housed, but you can use that argument ad nauseum. So, you make your profit because you're not, you're going to draw money in. It may take time to get your ROI, but that's the way it is when you're a for-profit landlord with a business case. So the simple answer is to just leave this thing at 3 and not trigger DCs. But these are business decisions for this property owner, or arguably any property owner. This isn't just about this property owner. It just happens we're having this kind of odd conversation about bonusing one for-profit landlord in town. So the building was purchased, knowing that the shelter was next door. So I might be a little more moved on this request if, the shelter had gone in well after this building was owned and used. But, this landlord rolled the dice, as any people in business do with real estate. You buy it for whatever price you buy it for. You try and populate the back apartments with tenants, which arguably is different with or difficult with the demographic next door. There's no arguing that. I wouldn't want to own that building. I would not. I'm just telling you straight up. I don't know who would, which makes this thing a real dog and very difficult to get rid of. And I know that in previous conversations with Ms. Lavin, attempts were made to entice the county just to buy her building from her. I never got into the pricing side of it because that wouldn't be my area. And, you know, use it for shelter purposes. The county has no interest in doing that. That was reiterated during our meeting with Councillor Meredith and the GM at the county a few weeks ago. They instead want to put money into the guest house building that they've invested in, arguably are large owners of, and don't have interest in buying this building. So the bottom line here is this isn't something that is the town of Midland's fault, unlike something else we talked about tonight that we can't talk about openly, but you'll know what I'm referring to, where, you know, there's some blame to be ascribed to the town that we now need to pay money for because of old things that happened. That's about as deep as I can go into it. This is not such a thing. This is somebody who made a real estate decision and tried to run a business in the front with and tenants in the back, and for reasons that I completely understand, that was not successful, and losses were incurred. And I don't blame this private landlord for looking for ways to recoup losses, but you know, cloaking it in I'm doing benevolence and housing people for profit, and I still feel that I deserve to get tax money as a rebate from a lower tier municipality who has no business doing that, just doesn't make any sense. And I'm really quite surprised. And I talked to Councilor Meredith when I heard this was coming. I'm quite surprised that we're even having this conversation here. So its bottom line is it's not eligible for DC forgiveness from the many paths to DC forgiveness that the Premier has put on and made available to lower tiers. And it would set a really dangerous precedent for the town, and quite frankly, open us up to litigation, I'm positive, of anyone who's building units, affordable or not, that could argue for the social good of the people they choose to house, that they are too entitled to forgiveness. And I just don't know that we'd have any leg to stand on at the OLT if we made this really bad precedent. If, to Councilor Meredith's point, there is some legal rationale that this is two independent addresses, and that 2 units per each should be provided with no DCs. If that's in fact true and we're misinterpreting it or messing this up, then I need to know what the appeal mechanism is for this owner. And if that's a misinterpretation, then, you know, we need to make that very clear, because that would change my position. But as it stands now, there is simply no way I could support bonusing a for-profit landlord for building 1 extra unit that they're going to make money on when they could stay at 3 and not trigger these DCs. So without, there's lots more I could say, but I think I've tried to capture the core components of why I just could never support this. And it'd be very disappointing from the corporation's perspective if this council chose to do that as well. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. On the light on. It's had enough of us talking to, I guess. So I don't disagree with the points that you're making. And I think for profit, we throw that around a lot, but I think it means something different because of the issues, I'm going to call them issues, from provincial and county legislation for for-profit businesses. We saw the same with daycares that are closing in our community. When you're capping the profit margins of businesses and building owners without giving them any debt relief or ability to finance the debt that they've incurred, you are not helping them. And I don't agree that Ms. Lavin should have to provide housing for vulnerable population or subsidized housing, because I agree, Midland is not in the business of doing that, but our county and our province is failing us and failing our residents by not doing it themselves. So now I say we have to be in the business, because we're sitting here being able to house 4 people that they are getting a subsidized rate. It obviously is, she's getting the full amount. I would say that the debt that she's had to incur based off that building, she's not making tons of money. Like when you say when you're saying for profit, it sounds like you know, she's Ebenezer Scrooge or something, sitting there counting all her dollars. Like she's trying to recoup the cost of having to close a business based off of the location that it was in. And I agree, she bought the building knowing that it was there. Obviously, could never imagine the amount of issues that would come from it. But aside from all of that, to me, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about the fact that somebody is providing a service that we desperately need. And if there was a building that had a huge amount of ability to finance, a company coming in with tons of funds that could fit into the box that the province and the county are making people fit into to offer affordable rates, then great, they don't have DC charges. But when someone is providing the same exact service because they don't have that amount of money to float towards making it work and have to still feed their family, I don't think that we should be limiting that and giving more barriers. The fact is, she's housing people that need to be housed, and she shouldn't have to. The county should. And that's where I see it. I think the precedent that you're saying, like, it should be set. If you are housing people that need to be housed, I don't believe that you should be paying development charges. We're not making big corporations do it. Why should we make a small business person from our community do it? It doesn't make any sense to me. And I agree. It is not our business to do it, but we are being forced to because we're being failed by the upper levels of government.
Okay. Councillor East, and then back to Councillor Meredith.
Through your worship, maybe if I could reach out to staff in regards to a question. If they're two separate addresses, why aren't they able to put 2 units in each one? Like, I'm having a hard time understanding the logic behind this one. If I could just get some explanation behind that one.
Through your worship. So if a property has 2 addresses in it, it's still one property, one building. So it's considered one. So I mean, you could have multiple addresses on one property. So I believe there was probably a hairdresser there at one point. So they probably had their own address for their own mail and those items. So and Councilor Meredith and I were talking about this. So if it's it's one property under one role, under one property assessment file, so that we would consider it to be one so you could have multiple addresses on a property. That's kind of what I'm going with here. So it doesn't have any bearing on adding an additional unit if it's got 2 municipal addresses. Legally, it's still one property, one building.
That actually, this building we're sitting in has that exact circumstance, because the police station was 252nd Street and this is 575 Dominion. Same building, right? Different mail location, everything like that. So, okay, that does make sense. Councillor Meredith.
Yeah, I'll just, on that point, on the 2 buildings. So if you were to merge those buildings, and they could have been one day, they could have been two separate tax rolls. I don't know if you dial it back, because if you have a building that shares the same wall in the same corporation, and I have a building downtown that share the same wall, and I got lawyers' advice that if you roll that building, if you put it in under the same corporation, it'll be rolled into one tax. So if it's a corporation of the same, they'll roll that. The town will roll that into one tax. So I was advised to put it in another corporation to separate it. So that may be your opinion. I have my opinion of the building. It's 518 and 520. We could argue that to the county and to the school, and it wouldn't trigger any DC charges. So if we really want, to have the backs of our residents, we would argue that it's 2 separate, and we wouldn't have to pay any DCs. So that's what I would say to that. As far as the guest house shelter, when Ms. Lavin bought the guest house shelter, it was under a different organization running it, and she didn't have any problems. these problems escalated as the years went on with, quite frankly, people that aren't qualified to run the guest house shelter. Simply put, right? And we've had backroom conversations on the way the shelter is run. And everybody agrees with me back in the back room, but doesn't say it here, right? Doesn't back me up, right? The majority doesn't. So at the end of the day, we have a resident here directly affected, and the county is turning its head, you know, burying its head in the sand and not doing what, have a proper management to run the facility. And now the county wants to, you know, they're going to come to council and wants to add more beds to this facility. Hey, and guess what? No DCs for the county, right? Because they're exempt. So the little guy gets squashed, and the county is to blame for all of the suffering, not only financial but mental suffering. You know, when we had that last incident with the behind the guest house shelter with the machete flailing around, she was there. She got in her car and scooted out of there like as fast as she could. She was afraid, just like all our residents were here, right? But we swept that under the rug. We went to the open house, and all we heard is the good stories. But we don't listen to her stories, and we don't back her up, right? This is what we're here for, to back our residents up. And shame on us for setting a precedent. Like, there is no case law here. We decide on every given night what we want to pass and what we don't. So I defend her. I'm the last person that wants to waste taxpayers' money. We would rather waste it on a $30,000 chair at budget time than to give someone a room, you know, that she's trying to help. CMHA there's a need for this, and I support her 100%.
Councillor East.
Thank you. Through your worship, just another question for staff. Is there, what can we do to help her? Is there any tools in her toolbox that we can pull out? Like, could we property tax both units, and then that way we're recovering the property taxes from both? Like, what I'm asking you is there something in our toolbox that we can do to help her achieve this?
Through your worship, I can answer DC stuff, but the tax questions I'll have to defer over to the finance. So as his worship has mentioned, there are tools that the province has. So the homeowner can enter into an agreement with the municipality for 25 years, and there's certain market rates that they'd have to have their units for that are set by the province. And so that would ensure that the affordable rates are keeping in line with the province. There's also deferred development agreements we can do. So if they don't want to enter in a long-term agreement with that, they can enter an agreement with municipality so that their DCs are paid incrementally over a 5-year period. So it spreads it out, so it's not just one big hit against them. So those are kind of the options from a DC perspective. In terms of taxes or something like that, I'd have to turn it over to finance if there's any incentives from their perspective.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor. At this time, Finance cannot think of anything that we have on hand that we can help. We do have reserve, but I guess the question is are we allowed to use that based on the act, right? Yeah, so sorry, I apologize. I should say, like, yeah, we do have reserve on hand, but is it something that we're allowed to based on the act?
Sorry, could you repeat that? There was some sidebar happening up here, which shouldn't happen, but there was. So can you just be absolutely crystal clear on what you just said?
Sure, through Mayor. We do have reserve, you know, available, But I guess the question is whether, the act allowed us to help the property in that sense.
So can we?
I think I would defer it to Mike, the manager of building, on that question.
Through the mayor to the councillor. There, I think she's referring to, we're looking at section 106 of the Municipal Act, and you mentioned it before with bonusing. I think that's the section she's referring to, that it's kind of a gray area because it applies to, manufacturing industry and commercial enterprises, but it prevents the municipality from granting assistance through partial or full exemption from any fees.
Mr. Farkas, do you have something to add?
To your worship, no, I was just saying that's the municipal act that they're referring to. That's when they're saying the act, that's the municipal act, that section 106. So it does talk about bonusing, and now bonusing is not clearly defined within that act, but there is certain criteria, which is what the CBO is referencing in terms of if we're allowed to give bonusing to commercial enterprises, which is what this would be considered.
And just while we're defining this commercial enterprise, when I say for profit, I'm not suggesting that she's going to get rich being a landlord. I mean, she has not taken the steps to become a registered nonprofit, which again triggers DC forgiveness. There's a whole bunch of rules that are created by the province to help landlords and assist them financially to encourage affordable housing. And this particular landlord owner does not qualify. There's many, many things that are available to her that she's choosing not to do. So the DC deferrals are something within our power. There's interest, but we can defer the DC. So if her argument is ability to pay, she doesn't have the dough right now, we can spread it out in installments. We have the power to do that. But there's interest involved, and the taxpayer is made whole at the end of the day. But the ask is not because of financial relief, I can't afford to pay it. It's basically a punishment to the guest house shelter, and the fact that it's in our town. Somehow the taxpayers are on the hook and owe her cash because she made a business decision that, probably has turned out not to be a great one. Well, the county, the fact that there's a shelter and with the demographic next door that, I wouldn't wish on anybody. Clearly, I wouldn't buy the building. But the county has already said they're not interested in purchasing this. They are not going to consider waiving her DCs from the county perspective. And I don't even know why the education's in here. Like, we're literally giving everything on putting it all in the Midland taxpayer to incentivize this for-profit landlord with many buildings and all kinds of tenants. Like, this the whole thing is just like surreal that we're even having this conversation. I feel terrible. I'm not trying to cut her up or her business model. If I was her, I would load it up with CMHA tenants and list it for sale and find a sucker basically to buy this because it's fully rented with a government sponsored bunch of people. Like, that would be a business model that I would pursue if I was in her boots. Or I would look at the litany of things that are available to you to trigger DC forgiveness if you're really fixated on not paying the 17 grand. If you want your pound of flesh from the county and the county won't give it to you, that doesn't mean somehow it falls down to the Midland taxpayer who has no jurisdiction or role in this any more than we have to fund education or healthcare or anything else that's not in our wheelhouse. And to even suggest that you acknowledge, Councillor Ball, that there's all kinds of failures from the province somehow, that it trickles down now to the Midland taxpayer to pay for those sins. That's just absolutely, like, I could never support that. And I think if you polled the Midland taxpayer, they'd be like, what are you doing with this money that you're supposed to be guarding on our behalf? But this is where the commercial bonusing thing comes in. I really believe we could find ourselves in conflict with that because this is a commercial operation. When you are a landlord, you have a business and you're making money, and I'm assuming filing taxes and everything else, you're in a business. So that's when I'm talking about for-profit, not-for-profit, the clear distinction between those business entities in the province of Ontario. Councillor Ball.
Yes, and I agree with that. And I think that the programs, I just want to say the programs that this doesn't work. Yeah, the programs that you're asking about, Sheldon, and the ones that Mr. Parkinson and Bill Gordon, Mayor, you are referring to are the exact ones I'm saying. They limit the ability to make a profit, but they don't allow people to have any relief from their debt. So that is not helpful. That is, you cannot, it's unrealistic to have somebody with a pile of debt from opening a business and renovating it and giving a needed service to our community, and then saying you can't make money to pay this back. So what, you're going to lose money and you're not going to be able to feed your family because the county and the province are capping your ability to like pay back the debt. There's no incentive. There's no debt relief. It's big corporations winning. I don't agree with that. And I think that, yes, if the Midland taxpayers knew that we have to fund things like this because the county and the province aren't, then they should be outraged. I agree. They should be advocating on the Midland taxpayers' behalf. That's why, because they're certainly not listening to us. We're not getting any help when we time and time again have meetings with them. They're not coming and fixing any of the issues. So yeah, I think that if the Midland taxpayer knows this, they should be outraged. They should be writing letters. And they should be saying, why is this falling to Midland to have to do when it's not our job? So yeah, let them know, please. Mr. Howard, let them know. Write to your Simcoe County or write to the province that why is Collingwood, Wasaga Beach, Barrie, Aurelia getting subsidized housing and Midland's not. So that's, I have no problem with having to go forward with this, and maybe if enough people are outraged, we might actually get the funding back from the province and the county, but that's not happening right now. And people need to be housed, and those people are housed right now, and we're not allowing that to happen. We're taking money out of a business person's pocket who's just trying to feed their family, and I don't believe that they're making a sane amount of profits. So I think they're just trying to get the debt back. I agree, the guest house, it's not great, but to suggest that people go through these programs when we know that they're going to have all this debt still left with them, and know that the limitations of the program, that it's not a realistic suggestion. I think it's honestly a slap in the face to suggest that people do that.
So we can agree there are failures at upper tiers where there's responsibility and funding lies, and policy decisions that could be driven by you getting elected to the provincial parliament and making those changes. But I mean, the seawall, just to use your own example,